Okay, so we're gonna end this stream and then we'll see you all there. Let me know if the audio is working on the other channel. But yeah, I'll see you guys on the other channel. And we've still got the space, by the way. Okay, so we're gonna end this stream and then we'll see you all there. Let me know if the audio is working on the other channel. But yeah, I'll see you guys on the other. Is it working, guys? If you can let me know, can you hear the audio? Guys, on the YouTube, on the second YouTube, if you can let me know if it's working. Oh, brilliant. Okay, cool. Let's get back into the space. Let's get back into the conversation. Lots to speak about. Great interviews. Were immense. Let's go to um, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Are you there, Andrew?
Yes, sir. Here.
Give us your thoughts. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, you hit the big three today. Bam, bam, bam. I tell you, what it worked out perfectly, Suleiman. To get all three of those military experts, well, geopolitical and military experts in there. Scott was one of the best interviews I've ever heard. Scott with you and Scott the best, and some of his best. I've listened to him and other hosts before, but it's the best I've ever heard from Scott. The way he was describing, it was exactly like you and Scott Ritter were on the same script, and you were like, "Yeah, Scott, keep going, keep going." But anyway, outstanding with Scott, and then bam, right up follow up with Anthony Aguilar. I posted it on Moral Resistance. I'm a retired naval officer. I know naval warfare extensively, but I'll tell you what. I learn from Anthony, him being Army. Now, can you imagine that? He's an Army expert, right? But his knowledge of naval warfare is astounding. I mean, obviously he had to do some reading and studying, and obviously he has, but outstanding analysis and the way he goes into the geopolitics of it. Outstanding interview. And again, Soliman, bravo Zulu to you. Bravo Zulu is a Navy terminology. It's the flag pennants for well done, awesome work. And your ability to ask them questions to get them to probe deeper into it. And Anthony went deep. So did Scott. And I agree 100%. Scott was saying, agree with what Anthony's analysis. And then, of all things, you bring on Larry and Larry Johnson. And we all know Larry Johnson's knowledge is extraordinary. And I could go on about Larry Johnson, what it takes to get in the CIA and all that. But he really went deep with you. And that was amazing. He was under a time crunch, but you were able to use that short time because Larry loves talking to you. And Larry could go on for hours with you. But in a time constraint, good overview. My personal thoughts on it, yes, the naval analysis, absolutely. I won't go over again what Anthony and all of them lined up. I agree 150% with all they were saying. The Navy, U.S. Navy cannot, will not, has not fought, cannot fight that. Pete Hegseth is an embarrassment. Every time he speaks, it is and I put this on your post on X, Suleiman. It's lies on top of lies and more lies. And the same thing with Trump. They can't help it. They lie, and now they're comfortable in their lies. And the same thing with General Kane. It's now they're quite comfortable in their lying, and in fact they are perfecting it. And this is what's so disgraceful for America right now. It's embarrassing. And I think even the regular rank and file American that don't have the knowledge of knowing and calling out their lies because of this space and you working so hard. Please, folks, like, share, and subscribe. the resistance, if you haven't read Suleiman's, to the listeners, Suleiman's Substack articles, read them. Suleiman is an outstanding writer. Not only is his interviewing outstanding, but his writing, it goes deep in his writing. Read those Substack articles. I learned a lot from those. And how in the world has Suleiman, I tell you, I salute you, sir. How to go from 0 on Substack to now being ranked on Substack is no small feat. Well done to you, but the content is extraordinary. I have liked and I've shared 2 Substack. Folks, please give something, donate something to either all platforms. Donate to Suleiman's channel, to his efforts here. He works for free. And if folks, come on, you don't realize the time that he puts into this. And Beatrice, God love you, Beatrice is in there working. We're all working in this together. So share, like, and subscribe. And if you can, please donate some funds to this. And also, if you can, like Scott Ritter and these other ones, like Scott was saying, donate to these, because this is how we're getting the truth out there. If we don't have alternative media coming out from Suleiman Space, people are not going to get the truth. And whatever's coming out of Iran, I'm going to believe it. Sad to say, as an American, that I don't believe my own government, and I believe Iran more than my own government. Sad to say, but I speak the truth. And real quick, I'm going to go with Mossad agents working in the UAE. We all know UAE is Eastern Israel. They're one and the same. They're conjoined evil twins. What Israel does, so does UAE. They're being called out. They're in derision. And I believe it was Mossad working in UAE that caused that false flag. I believe Iran, they did not make those strikes. And here we go. We know that they want the U.S. to go kinetic, and I believe they will. We will be seeing fireworks with U.S. and Israel, and I pray that Iran just smashes the hell out of Israel, and that will at least slow Israel down from this genocide they're doing in Lebanon. And I pray Hezbollah just starts decimating more forces, and Israel just gets smashed. Israel, National Zionist Israel, is in derision, and so is the United States of America. So people, resist. Thank you, Suleiman. God bless you. Love you, Beatrice. Love all the moral resistance.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Love you too, Andrew. Thank you very much. We are the moral resistance. We, Andrew. I just want to say something. Yeah, brilliant work, Suleiman. Your interviews were awesome, especially Larry Johnson. I always love him. He comes on with these colorful shirts on a nighttime when it's nighttime in England, and he brightens up my day for the next day. And when you do your interviews with him, like with him, all your interviews are brilliant, but with him, it never actually, that guy's going to come and now he's going to, what he does is when I talk, he actually comes and does a tweet. He actually goes and comments under the space saying hum, H-U-M. He always does that. So he's going to come and do his comments now about my pronunciation. But when you do your interviews, they're all brilliant. But when you do them with Larry Johnson, it's never like an interview. It's like being at a coffee table or a dinner table with two mates chatting, him in his colorful Hawaiian jungle print shirt, you just laughing and so relaxed and stuff. It's brilliant, 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 brilliant. So thank you very much for that. I just want to say something, right, guys? Yeah, Andrew's right. This is really uphill struggle, and the fact that Suleiman's still sticking to it, kudos to him. So if you can support, I have put the link out. It's in the nest, which is above where you can see me and Suleiman, on X, or it's in YouTube. I have been posting it in YouTube as well. So please do share that and do support that. And you can do it via crypto and all the other ways, and I'll post those links in a minute. And yes, Loki, I'm feeling a lot better. I think I'm 95% of the way there. And so, yes, very, very good. I agree, Knight. Great interviews. Hassana Hunter said, and dual citizenship, right? And this is why I wanted to just jump in. I'm at that stage now But I've seen, right, this under Trump specifically, this great drive that anybody, even if they're an academic who has a green card, right, never committed a crime, is teaching Americans, you know, an educated academic, if they have supported Palestine, strip them off their green card, throw them into some cage, strip them of any First Amendment rights, deport them. This is what Trump's doing for the Zionist machine. I'm at that stage now where I don't even want people to end the dual citizenship. I think if you've supported the terrorist nation of Israel and Zionism, strip them of everything and make them go and live in Israel. Make them go and live there while there's bish bash boshing going on. If that's where their allegiance is, if that's where the loyalty is, I'm sorry, but they don't deserve to be in America. They don't deserve to be in the UK. I don't want to live amongst those people anymore. And I think we should just deport them all. And that's where our focus should be. Forget about this and their dual citizenship, you know? Because if you end their dual citizenship, all that means is that they don't have citizenship for Israel, but they still live amongst you with that ideology. And there's a terrorist nation amongst us, and that is Israel. It controls our governments. It does wars on our government's behalf. End it. That's it. That's all I wanted to jump in and say. I see Andy's hand up, Suleiman. If you don't want to say anything, I'll go to Andy. Andy, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, Larry Johnson provides great analysis. I kind of joined a bit later, but I do think this is definitely popping off soon. We've seen all of the forced posturing, and so if he says it's going to pop off soon, I definitely trust his sources. He's been very good with his analysis, so it's going to, just with everything building up, and you have the whole pretext where you have Rubio already saying that this is a defensive operation. You can't shoot unless you're shot at first. So they're already trying to build that pretext. And it's like, okay, you can't shoot if you're shot at first. What about us backing Iraq to start a war against Iran, or the 12-day war, or this current war? We're the ones that have started it every time. So it's just freaking like ridiculous, and no one's buying this crap besides Trump's most dire supporters, where Rubio's trying to act like that the U.S. is the one in the defensive posture after we've backed 3 separate wars against them. But it's just ridiculous at this point, and they're trying to basically gaslight the public, and that's going to work on the dire Trump supporters. But everyone knows we started this war, so yeah, they can. It's just them looking for a pretext, and it's not going to work. Maybe it's just basically gaslighting, so they can say, "Oh, look, we didn't start it," and it's their way of getting around the 60-day threshold. But yeah, we have no way of combating them in the Strait of Hormuz. If we were able to go in there and open it up, we would have done it already. We have no answers for their mini subs, their missiles, or their drones. I mean, in 2002, when you ran the Millennium Challenge, it didn't work out well, and Iran wasn't nearly as capable back then as they are now. And I saw Mario post something about bringing submarines into the strait if there's an operation, and that is obviously a no-go, as Andrew has explained. Our submarines are not going into the Strait of Hormuz. They'd be swarmed by Iran's mini-subs. That just is not going to happen. As Andrew has explained, our Navy is a deep-water Navy, so our submarines could sit out in the Arabian Sea, and they could definitely launch cruise missiles and Tomahawks and stuff to be used in an attack. But yeah, so Trump can say what he wants. I mean, oil's down slightly since last night, so, but I mean, down slightly is still Brent crude sitting at 111, so it's not low. Gas prices are now almost $4.50 in the U.S., and they're creeping up towards that $5 number. And yeah, people are not, and again, they were saying by the end of this month is when it's really going to peak up, because that's the beginning of the peak summer driving season. When demand is at its absolute highest, everyone's going to want to go on their trips, and people aren't going to be happy when their family vacations cost a lot more because gas prices aren't
Oh my God, Andy, what are you talking about? Like, vacations are way off. They'll be so broke by then they won't be able to have a
Exactly.
vacation. Like, literally. Yeah, they're not going to, like, vacation's going to be like, it's going to be like you know, once upon a time, we used to have vacations, you know, in the good old days before Trump did this war with Iran. I see, Suleiman, I think Hassan Shibli's requesting, I don't know, my app's
Exactly, and
glitching. Is
then
he
by the
there or is
4th of
that?
July, people aren't even going to be able to afford hot dogs. It's going to be insane. Like, just imagine you're going to have the inflation on that's probably going to go through the roof for things like hot dogs for the 4th of July. Like, people aren't going to be afford to drive to visit their families for normal 4th of July gatherings. I can't even imagine what gas prices are going to look like in 2 months. People are who normally do road trips by then in 2 months, we're going to be looking at $6 a gallon.
Did you see that that oil company, who was that? Yesterday came out and said, oh, you know what, now we're really going to see the impact. So, you know, everything that we've heard up until now, Andy, 67 days, where people have been saying, oh my God, the cost of fuel has gone
I
up.
think yeah,
It is
I
what
think
it
the
is.
last tanker
But
from the Middle
yesterday,
East just arrived in California yesterday, and now there's no more oil from the Middle East getting into the U.S. So yeah,
yesterday, it was the first time that the this big oil company, I can't remember the name of it, but somebody I'm sure will tell me on YouTube in a minute because they're quick on it. But they came out and said, now we'll get to see the real impact of this. So it's nothing. And I do think, and I said this yesterday as well, that there's got to be a lot of talk about how people should manage that, because it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for people. They're not going to be able to get to work. Businesses are going to shut down. It's going to be tough. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Future ancestors, Loki says. Mummy, what's vacation? Exactly. That's what's going to be, Loki. I'm not even joking. We're going to be locked down in our 15-minute cities with that. So yeah, I want to welcome Hassan Shibli, a good friend of Suleiman's on the space as well. I'm running the space, Hassan. I'm always running the space. I have no idea where Suleiman is, unfortunately. I'm always doing the lifting and shifting. What can I say?
You're doing great work.
How are
Thank you
you?
so much for having me on and the incredible work you guys are doing. And real quick, I sort of had two messages. Which number one is the power of the independent, free media that is fully independent. It's only found in spaces like you guys. So I definitely want to encourage everyone listening. And Suleiman did not ask me to say this, but I'm just saying it on my own. Is unfortunately the side that promotes genocide, that promotes the war against Iran, the side that promotes all the evil in the world heavily funds the voices that amplify their talking points. It's because they're selling lies and because they're losing the PR war. But we need to support voices like yours that are doing a phenomenal job. So I do want to encourage everyone to please, financially support this space and its creators, because I personally have seen this.
Did we lose him?
It appears so.
Yeah, he cut out.
Hassan, you cut out. Just as Suleiman came back. Oh. Well, at least he came on thinking that we're doing all the work and you're away, Suleiman. So that's like teaching. Good work.
So Hasbara, basically, you're proving his point about Hasbara.
He's back. He's back. Go ahead, Hassan. You cut out for a second.
No, he's on listeners.
Yeah, I think he's.
I've sent
Oh,
him
is
a
he?
mic.
Okay, he's showing back on speakers. Yeah, it's
He's
glitching really
back.
badly.
He's back now.
Space under attack.
Can you guys hear
Yeah,
me?
you cut out.
Can you
Hassan.
guys
How
hear
you
me?
doing?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what I again, just in short, what I was saying is I've personally seen the sacrifice people like you and Suleiman and many others have made to speak out the truth and fight the lies that are being promoted that is leading to the deaths of so many innocent people, as well as really destroying our economy. So again, just very quickly, I want to encourage everyone to support the Substack, support the space and the great work that they're doing. Secondly, one of the things that's really frustrating me as we navigate this is, I find that the politicians that are supporting the attack on Iran, that are supporting destroying the First Amendment of the US Constitution to protect Israel, people like Randy Fine that literally puts pictures of dead Palestinian kids. Man, the tweets against him get like hundreds of thousands of likes, and there's a lot of outrage and people speaking out against it. But then when it actually comes time to take action to get these people out of office, a lot of people are silent, you know. And if the donations, man, if every time people like to tweet exposing Randy Fine and his Israel First traitor agenda, if they donated to the candidates that are running against him, I think he would quickly be out of office. But for some reason, we're not translating our detestment of these candidates and how much we abhor them into actual action. So I do want to take a quick second and just encourage everyone, please, that we, you know, the reason we're in the Iran, in the Iran war, the reason we're having all these problems is because the White House, of course, and Congress has sold out to Israel. These politicians are inauthentic. They put Israel first. They destroy the Constitution. They've wrecked the economy. They're harming all of us for the benefit of an elite cabal of pedophile Satanists. Quite frankly, that's what it is. And the only way to challenge this is to get people in office that are 100% authentic and that put America first. And that's why I've personally volunteered a lot of my time, a lot of my money to support Dan Bilzerian's campaign to get Randy Fine out of office. I've known Dan Bilzerian for a couple of years now. He's 100% authentic. He's willing to die for his beliefs. He's also sacrificed tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, to condemn what Israel is doing and to keep America first. And he's running now for Congress in the primary, in the Republican primary against Randy Fine. Now, obviously, if you're in the Florida 6th District, make sure you get out, register as Republican, vote in the primary, vote against Randy Fine, vote for Dan Bilzerian. But there's 1,000 people in this space, and I would encourage you all, if you're listening to this, go ahead. I'll share a link and donate to Dan's campaign, because we can sit and talk about how bad these politicians are and how bad these policies are. But if we get a golden opportunity to replace one of these Israel First, pro-war, pro-genocide elected officials like Randy Fine, and we can replace him with someone like Dan Bilzerian, who's going to be America First, anti-Israel, anti-sending our tax dollars abroad, anti-war with Iran. We get more people like Dan in office, I think we'll see this country shift course. So I just humbly want to ask everyone to please consider taking action, not just complaining. Definitely support this Substack, support the space, support the great work this team is doing. But also, please, I'm going to put a link. Donate to support Dan's campaign, because if we all don't support Dan and Randy Fine gets reelected, then we got no one to blame but ourselves for why this country continues to be Israel first at the expense of the people. We have a golden chance to push this country in another direction. Let's all take it together. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that, Hassan. Hassan, and by the way, I agree with you. Yeah, definitely. Everyone should be supporting Dan Bilzerian. Very important that he defeats Randy Fine. So yeah, totally in agreement with you there. I know you, Hassan. You've been working really hard to try and make sure that Randy Fine loses. And one of the people you were trying to help with, Aaron Baker. Is there any scenario where you can get him to drop out or become part of Dan's campaign? Because
I've been meaning
splitting the vote a little bit, isn't it?
So here's the deal. I've been meaning to reach out to Aaron. I also supported Aaron very strongly before Dan jumped in the race. And the reason I did is on principle. I liked his most recent positions, the shift, and I felt he was authentic in it. And he was challenging Randy. But the truth of the matter is, once Dan jumped in the race, I mean, you're looking at the poly market. The last I checked, 1 week in, Dan was just 1 week in the race, and he was up to 30% chance of winning. Randy Fine was at 50, so he's behind him by 20 points. But all the others, like Aaron, who again I respect and I've donated to and I supported, are only at 1%. So I've been meaning to call him and say, listen, at the end of the day, man, I really appreciate everything you do. I'm grateful that I put in all the time and effort to support your campaign earlier. But once Dan jumped in, and I do feel he's got a much stronger chance at winning. I don't even really necessarily see it as a split vote. I think it's really going to come down to the two of them. So I still got to call Aaron and apologize for sort of shifting, but I have to do what's best for this country, and I feel like Dan has the best shot.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I agree it's not much of a split, but let's say Aaron ends up taking 2,000-3,000 votes, that could make a huge difference. Remember, the race isn't that big, so I think Aaron got 5,000 votes last time, so it's definitely worth getting those votes over to Dan, so you can actually beat Randy Fine. Because if I think if it's Dan v Randy Fine 1-on-1, I think he's got a great chance.
Absolutely. No, I got to reach out to Aaron, so we'll see how that conversation goes. But I'm excited. I mean, we're only like 2 weeks into Dan's campaign. I flew out to visit him last weekend, and I just called friends, and just by calling like 10 people, raised like 50,000 to support Dan. And but for me, it's like, dude, imagine if 10, 20 people did that. I mean, again, we got 1,000 people listening in. If you're against the Iran war, if you're pissed about politicians destroying the U.S. Constitution and putting Israel first and sending billions of our tax dollars abroad and them undermining free speech and promoting censorship, then go ahead, please. 1,000 of us. If we each donate $10, that's 10,000. If you match me, I mean, my last donation to Dan's campaign was $1,000. I'm not getting paid to support. In fact, I'm making a lot of personal sacrifice to support him. But there's 1,000 of us. If we each do 1,000, that's a million. If we each do $100, that's 100,000. So let's take action. I just shared the link, please, because it just breaks my heart when I see so many people aligned with us politically on these issues and tweeting about it and speaking out about it. And I think that's great. But it breaks my heart when we don't translate that into action, when we have an opportunity to actually shift this country in a better direction.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hassan. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. And yeah, definitely. I think everyone should be following, supporting Dan, and we definitely want him to win. So I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, guys.
You too as well. Thank you. Cyrus, a question to you. You heard Larry Johnson's interview. He thinks it's going to restart on May the 7th. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I heard. Great interviews, by the way, Suleiman. It's amazing how much you can condense in a small amount of time, how much information you can get out of these experts. First of all, I'd like to point out that you have three different experts, three different backgrounds, all reiterating the same thing we've been saying, and we're not experts like them. The only one of us here is Andrew that can speak in depth about stuff, and we were all saying the same thing. So this goes to show, this is not propaganda. This is not, putting a spin on things. This space, at least every time I've been here, you've been very on point, very clear. So I just want everyone to know, and I hope they appreciate the unbiased reporting from multiple sources. And to your question, Suleiman, I disagree with Mr. Johnson on that because the signals indicate otherwise. So what I find really entertaining about this false flag attack, by the way, I didn't know that until I tuned in with you today, that Iran had denied it, and it seems to be a false flag. One, I don't trust either side during a time of war, what they say, right? So we have to look at evidence by what makes sense. During a time of war, even the most honest government will lie to its own people, will lie to the world. And it's not because of bad faith. It impacts it. There's an IO war, there's a PSYOPs war. So be very discerning with anything you believe from either side. With this, I think it's very clear. One, it's in Israel's playbook. They are desperate to get this war restarted, especially as Trump is constantly making signals that he wants to take an off ramp. One day he comes and says we've had total victory, and then he makes some threats. So it's clear even before this incident that Trump wanted to take an off ramp. So that means Israel wants this war to continue. This is a false flag, and it's coordinated between Israel and UAE. It's probably not a projectile because the U.S. has very full encompassing radar coverage over the Gulf. They would see it coming. It would be very obviously a false flag. Then Israel and UAE have to explain it to the U.S. And yes, Israel has undue influence on us, but they can't just do these things in the middle of a war, right? It would have repercussions for them. So I would think it would be similar something to what happened in Saudi Arabia. If you recall those Mossad agents that were arrested, I believe one of them was an Indian national. I don't know who the others were, but they were planning something similar in Saudi Arabia. So that is in their playbooks. If it was a projectile, the remnants of it would indicate where that projectile came from. So if it's an Iranian projectile, they would collect the pieces. Even in a huge explosion, there will be remnants to indicate who did it. So it's probably just an explosive charge near some fuel infrastructure that set it ablaze. Now, what's funny is that Israel probably thought that this would immediately escalate the war and restart it. And obviously, that's what they wish. And it had literally the opposite effect. I find it so just ironic and, immediate, instant karma type thing. Because what it did, it proved the opposite, that Trump blinked yet again. He made a threat that he's going to clear the Gulf with Project Freedom. He was unable. Iran met it with full force. They launched heavy projectiles. They hit some merchant ships. There was a footage of them firing a newer missile, which is very similar to our Harpoon missile. It's a sea skimming missile that is powered by a small jet turbine. It's a big It is a big or piece of ordnance, and it flies right under Mach 1. And and again, I don't fully trust that that's a recent footage of it or it's from that engagement, but let's take it at face value. Iran did shoot projectiles at ships. They're not playing around. They'll shoot merchant ships. And in fact, let's not forget, Iran broke the ceasefire. The U.S. probed, yes, they didn't fire any projectiles. So not only did Iran break the ceasefire, they caused damage on shipping. They reasserted their dominance over the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And what did Trump do? He said, "Oh yeah, this doesn't meet the threshold of breaking the ceasefire." I mean, that is embarrassing. If I was sitting in that war room, I'd be sweating bullets. It's not how a superpower conducts itself in warfare. It's not a good look, So he has been exposed over and over again. But this is probably his biggest blink. The rest of them were kind of simultaneous, where both Iran and U.S. took the off ramp. As you recall, at the onset of the ceasefire, both sides didn't hesitate because the war is devastating to both of them. Let's not forget, this is very expensive for Iran, and I'm not talking money wise.
Wait, do you
A
mean
hundred.
you would bomb Iran if you were in Trump's position?
No, where would you get that? Why would you think that?
Well, you said Trump blinked and he backed down and all these things. So when Iran did the attacks, so does that mean that you think what Trump should have done has been to
No,
retaliate?
absolutely no. No, absolutely not. I mean, Trump cannot escalate any further. There's anything more he does to if the war restarts, it's at the precipice. This exposes his hand that he cannot reinitiate hostilities. There's nothing to hit. They destroyed 100,000 housing units, the Israelis and the U.S., the American Air Force, right? So they've hit over 20 major hospitals. They've hit countless schools. 3,000 civilian dead, right? So both sides took the off ramp, and in this case, though, it's the U.S. that clearly blinked. The other times you could say they simultaneously decided to de-escalate. No one gets a notch up on their dominance, right? No one can, puff their chest. This time Iran can. They broke the ceasefire, and a lot of pro-Trump voices are talking about it. Like, oh my God, like very like steadfast Trump supporters are like, "Hey, you're looking weak, man. What the hell? Go attack, attack, attack." They're freaking out that why the U.S. isn't attacking. Why do you think they're not attacking? They can't. It's called escalation dominance, right? So, and that's why people are so hard to grasp with that reality. They're like, well, the U.S. has nuclear weapons. The U.S. has this. Yes, we have an immensely powerful military. We don't even need nuclear weapons to have escalation dominance by destroying infrastructure.
Wait,
But the cause,
isn't it
but the cost of,
escalation to send the destroyers into the Persian Gulf, which is what Trump did?
it's probing, and yeah, it is. It's a form of soft escalation, but it's not breaking the ceasefire. Definitely, it's a form of escalation, but it's a very measured form of escalation to test whether Iranians will really risk going back to war. And they've showed that they're willing to go, toe to toe to the very end, right? Like somehow Trump has a hard time believing this. The Iranians are steadfast. They are fighting to the last man. That they are very organized again throughout multiple layers of decapitation strikes. Their C3 functions, their command and control and communications didn't miss a beat. They have this mosaic defense that I've been learning about it since this war. I don't know much about it before. Essentially, I knew they're decentralized, but I don't have a term for it. So they have a decentralized command and control system, and it's working well for them. They are very much so still very potent and lethal. For in the areas they need to be. But yes, so Suleiman, sorry I got long-winded. To answer your question, yes, I disagree with Larry Johnson. And as the hours and days go on, the likelihood of me being correct is more and more likely. So I give myself a 70% chance that it will not the hostilities will not recommence. But as the days go, like in 5 days, I would say it's 90%. 95%. So every day matters, and you're giving live analysis. Like every incident will make a mark on this conflict. And I was saying earlier, be mindful of when you hear, oh, Iran hit a ship. What did they hit it with? Did it sink? Well, how big was the ship? How are they? Because Iran is being measured too. They by no means does Iran want to restart hostilities. So don't get it twisted that Iran's itching to get back to war. And this is very difficult. The American military is awesome. And it is a very scary thing to come across. Not to say the Iranians are scared; they're ready to go, as they proved it yesterday. But the Iranians are not itching to reinitiate. So all these are reactions are very measured, very methodical. But I'll close on this false flag. I'm still just flabbergasted how it backfired, because it's a big exposure of the hand that Trump is not willing to react proportionally to the escalation. Iran broke the ceasefire and Trump backed down. It's a huge L in the tactical sense. In the strategic sense, once Trump has to leave the Strait of Hormuz, then that's a strategic loss. So he's had tactical losses, and he's about to have a strategic one when he finally decides to take the off ramp and open up the blockade. I'll land it there. Thanks, Suleiman.
Thanks for that. I guess just want to welcome Gary onto the stage as well. Gary, hope you're doing well. I guess he didn't. I guess he didn't capitulate because if I mean, based on what you're what you're saying is correct, that the US has got the capability to know the source of where these attacks came from, and if Trump finds out that way, it's like they're from UAE and Israel, he probably won't say it publicly, but then he's not going to respond. So I think that just adds more merit to the whole the position of Iran, that it wasn't them. And in terms of Larry Johnson, he didn't say that was his prediction. He said that his source within the UAE. Now, obviously, it could be they said to the UAE, yeah, don't worry, we'll attack on 7. They're like, "Ah," but really, like, there's no attack happening. So that is possible as well. So it could be that the source actually does believe it, but do you get what I mean? But it's not really going to happen. So that's possible as well. But Manko, I want to go to Manko, then I want to go to Gary. Manko, is there anything you want to add? And then we'll go to Gary.
Yeah, so it looks like from the reports that I've read that there are 3 destroyers in the Gulf now. Let me see if I pull this up. So the 2 ships that actually left the Gulf have been identified now, the CS Anthem chemical tanker, and then the Maersk Alliance Fairfax, which were the US flagged ships that were escorted out. And then here it says that the USS Truxton and where are the other 2? Geez, I was just looking at the USS Mason and the USS Rafael Peralta are all the ships that actually entered the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, and that they're anchored off of Dubai now, just providing like a missile defense to they're just sitting there. So they're targets. They're not far from Iran, and yet there are reports that there was some fighting yesterday where they were shooting at some boats and Iran was shooting some things at them, but I don't hear any more about that today. And from things that I've heard people say, that if any US ships came into the Gulf, it would be like a kill box and they'd be destroyed, and yet they're sitting there and everything seems to be fine, and it doesn't look like the fighting has escalated. Looks like there was a limited number of attacks on the UAE, which I think is funny because every time the United States does something to Iran, Iran's like, UAE's like the redheaded stepchild. Iran turns around and like punches UAE. like the US does something and Iran just turns around and does it to the UAE. So, but it's the volume of attacks are not very high compared to what was going on before. So it looks like, at least at this point, Trump hasn't done anything immediate in response. I do tend to think it's going to have to happen at some point. I do not know why it has. Like, if I was in charge, like I've said, I would have escalated a long time ago. However, it looks like what Trump is trying to do is like this slow step-by-step escalation. And I think this is the first part of the Hormuz-oriented escalation of moving the ships into the Gulf. And apparently, from what the reports that I've seen, it looks like Hegseth and others are saying this is the first step. We're going to be doing more. So in the next day or 2 or 3, they're probably going to have more ships coming in and other stuff like that. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I've been saying that I expected escalation for a while now, but we are now over a month of the sort of stalemated ceasefire thing, and it isn't happening. So clearly Trump is very reluctant to do it. So I guess we'll just wait and see.
What would you have done, just out of interest, in terms of escalation, if you were Trump?
Oh, I would have absolutely bombed the ever-loving bejesus out of Iran like a month ago. Like, I never would have stopped. And I would have escalated because that would have ended the war. That's my position. And the fact that we didn't do anything like that means that we're now 6 weeks later and the war is just dragging on, and all the economic damage that's going to ripple throughout the world is just dragging on. And when this is all over eventually, like a month from now, maybe 2 months from now, people are going to look back and say, well, I wish we did whatever it is that we did to end the war. I wish we did that sooner instead of dragging our feet for 2 months.
So you think, if you were Trump, you're now Trump, you, to quote you, bomb the hell out of Iran, you think that's going to just be the war's over? You think, like, you just bomb and that's it, Iran gives up and then that's over? You think that's how easy victory is? You don't think there would be any resistance
Oh, then I'm sure they would
across
try.
Iran?
I'm sure they would do
Or
lots of stuff to the Gulf
no,
countries.
wait, let me just finish though. Let me just finish, Manko. Let me just finish my question. You don't think there would have been any resistance from Iran directly to American interests, number one, in the Middle East? Any kind of reaction, because every action has a reaction, by Iran towards Israel? You don't think Houthis would have closed the Red Sea? You know, the Houthis that Trump had to negotiate with to say, please, we'll stop hitting you, just let us through the Red Sea. The people that Trump literally bent the knee in front of before. You don't think the Houthis would have done something? You don't think anybody else in the Middle East would have taken any action? You don't think the world would have rose up even more than it is now? And you think Trump just had a green pass to go and bomb Iran and there'd be zero resistance and he'd win the war? You don't think, and the Strait of Hormuz would just open just like that because there's no mines there, there's nothing else, Oman would allow it to happen? You think that's how easy it is?
Yeah, so to deal with those one at a time, Houthis aren't going to do anything. The Houthis are scared. They're wetting their pants. They know that Iran can't protect them anymore. And if they want to pick a fight with the US and Israel, that they're going to be the only target at some point, and they're going to get the ever-loving goodness bombed out of them. Not only that, but they can't even wield the same kind of control that they had in their local area that they used to, because earlier this year, the Saudi-backed faction ended up winning a big offensive in that country. So the Houthis are in more of a defensive position, and if they were to escalate, they would have the Saudi proxy-based offensive with tons of U.S. and Israeli air support bombing everything that the Houthis had. So it would put them in a very weak position. That's why they've been quiet. There's not really been any excuse otherwise why they wouldn't help their patron. As far as the world, no one in the world's coming to the defense of Iran. The only people in the world who benefit from this is Russia, and Russia's got its hands full, so it's not like it can militarily do anything. As far as Israel, of course, Iran is going to shoot stuff at Israel. They did it the whole time, and they would continue to do it. They didn't really have any crazy escalation because they were already escalated to the maximum when it came to shooting at things in Israel, and it would just be more of the
No,
same.
there hasn't. Manko, listen, just a couple of things to correct. Iran's foreign policy is not Western foreign policy. So what are the things that Iran has done, not just in this war, but historically, even in the 12-day war? They will notice very clearly. They will say this will be our target in 12 hours. All civilians, please move out of the way. Go into your bunkers. We're going to hit there. And they only do a reaction according to the action taken against us, like for like. They do not do what America and Israel do. They do not go all in and just bomb civilian areas and do mass casualties and kill people. You know that. You've been on these spaces, number one. Number two, the Houthis literally, like, the factions that you're talking about for the last, however many, was it a decade, were fully funded and fully financed by America, Britain, and everybody to fight the Houthis. What happened? At the end of the day, they had to negotiate with the Houthis a settlement, because the Houthis are warriors. They had to negotiate. They could not win against the Houthis. So let's not undermine them. They don't need Iran's protection. They just need the support from Iran, which they've always had, including right now. They're ready. They're ready to enter this. They've said it a number of times. The only reason they haven't, they entered it when Gaza was being genocided. Trump had to go. Why did Trump bend the knee in front of them and negotiate with them to get them to back down? He didn't have to do that. If they were so easy to overcome with American and Israeli missiles and Saudi support and everything else, why did Trump go and negotiate with them? So it's not as black and white, Manco, is what I'm saying. No doubt what you're saying. America is a massive military power. But I think to some degree, America has been checkmated here. And there's just no getting away from that.
Yeah, so the
And I don't know how this resolves itself, but it's got to. And I don't think bombing for America, look, I don't think this is like the 1980s or 1990s where you can bomb your way out of this and still be looked at as a supreme moral authority. It's
yeah, we
gone.
don't care about
You
that though,
cannot bomb
Beatrix.
your way out of this
Like
anymore.
that's old news. That's
Well, I think
liberalism.
people do, Manco. You
No,
don't. But
Beatrix,
I think
America
people do care about it.
doesn't need to feel like it's the good guy. That is a psyop. That is what the neocons use to control foreign policy. America first means that we do what is best for the American national interest instead of trying to get people to like us by peddling some kind of and it was never true. And nobody who's honest even says that it was ever true. They look at it in the lens of realpolitik. But the fact of the matter is that Iran would cause some damage to the GCC countries with whatever missiles it was able to dig up in this last
To
month.
American
Yeah,
interest
but
in
who
the
cares?
GCC
They were doing it
countries.
before.
What?
We killed
Yeah, but
their
no, but
supreme
Manco,
leader,
this is
Beatrix. They were not holding back on us for the month. They were doing as much as they could.
no, Manco. It's not just the GCC damage some things in the GCC. What they could damage in the GCC affects humanity. It's impacting us
But it's already
all.
right
It's
now.
impacting us sat here. Let me just finish. It's impacting us sat right here in the UK. It's impacting people in the Far East. It's impacting people in Africa. Literally, the world is in a chaos because of what America's done. Now, you say it doesn't matter, America's going to be supreme and stuff. America didn't have to do this. They did it at the behest of Israel. Because do you know what? 68 days ago, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Everyone was doing fine. What has America gained out of this? You tell me. Go on. Tell me. What have they gained out of this? What have they been victorious in? If you think they don't care about world opinion, I disagree with you. I think after a 3-year genocide, world opinion matters a lot now. This is why I keep saying to you, it's not the 1980s where people think you can do an illegal invasion in Iraq and kill 1 million people and no one's going to ask questions. Times have changed. So what has America, I want to welcome Simon as well. What has America gained from
Yeah,
this,
like
Manco? Tell me.
the 13,500 targets in Iran destroyed and thousands more that Israel destroyed in Iran. That's what America's gained out of it.
Oh, yeah, and the Navy's destroyed. You believe Trump? The Navy's gone. So what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz? If they've got no Navy, they've got no military, they've got no army, they've got no leadership, why isn't the Strait of Hormuz open, Manco?
Well, we did actually go through the Strait of Hormuz and prove that we could without getting a scratch on the paint. So that's been done. Iran just has, and this is what Trump is saying now, that all Iran has is speedboats with machine guns and like RPGs on them. So I'm sure they also have some drones and some cruise missiles. But the fact of the matter is that Iran is massively degraded from where it was. And I expect this to be tested further in the next week, like this week that we are going to be having now, where the U.S. is going to have more operations in the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually it's going to get to the point where we're going to see, who runs out of ammo first. And the fact of the matter is that Iran had a nuclear program which could have produced a bomb within a relatively limited frame of time. And now they don't. Now they can't do it. It's in shambles. A lot of their production for their ballistic missiles and things like that is also
Do you
in
believe
shambles.
that? Like Trump said yesterday, they were going to have nuclear weapons. I mean, we've been hearing this. I found a clip of Netanyahu from 40 years ago saying this. And do you know what? I've got to give it to Trump. He's the only leader across the world who can destroy the same navy 4 times in 67 days. Like, I don't know how quickly Iran built their navy up again, because he destroyed it
Well,
again
he
a week
just
later, and then a week
very
later.
early in the war, they just
He's
destroyed
mental,
the actual
Manco.
surface ships of the Navy. They just destroyed sort of anything of significance, but obviously that doesn't include the little speedboats that, you know, you could have a speedboat hiding in the bushes and stuff. You could have speedboats hiding in tunnels underground, which they did. So you're never going to get all the speedboats, and that's why I think they said yesterday they destroyed a number of speedboats when they were doing the whole little scrimmages going through the Strait of Hormuz.
So let me get this right. The reason the Strait of Hormuz isn't open and the world is in chaos, right? Financial chaos, and we will actually ask Simon about the finances and oil prices in a second. But the reason why the world is in chaos is, and the reason why America cannot open the Strait of Hormuz, even though it's destroyed the military, destroyed the navy, destroyed all these military sites and bunkers, and destroyed the leadership of Iran. He doesn't even know who the leadership is anymore. Despite that level of destruction, the reason the Strait of Hormuz is not open is because of few speedboats hiding in bushes.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that what we're
we got
seriously
our
saying?
ships out yesterday. So how do you explain that if the Strait of Hormuz is closed? How do you explain the 2 U.S. flag ships getting out?
Maybe they paid.
They obviously didn't pay, Beatrix.
Well, how do you know that, Manco? Trump hasn't exactly been truthful, has he? And he's desperate. How do you know?
Because that makes no sense. Because they did have to fight their way
Oh,
out.
well, I think what Trump says doesn't make sense, literally. That Strait of Hormuz is letting ships through for anybody who pays. Maybe they're paid.
Yeah, but that's not true, Beatrix, because if that was true, we would see a much higher amount of traffic going through the strait. What ends up happening is people will try to contact Iran. They'll try to make some kind of a deal. Someone will tell them that they're approved to go through, and then they try to go through, and a good chance, a good percentage of the time, they get shot at anyway, because maybe they made a deal with the wrong person, maybe there was a miscommunication, like all sorts of stuff goes wrong with this, which is why none of these ships have really been willing to like take them up on this, because Iran can't put together this is why they said today, oh, we're doing a new deal, we're going to do a new process, because all the prior processes didn't work, because things would happen, whether it be miscommunications or scams or whatever else, and you would have a ship that thinks it's
No,
allowed to go
no. I
through,
looked at their process today.
trying to
No,
go
no, no,
through,
no.
and they get shot at.
It's not a Manco, it's not a new process, because I looked at this today because I thought the same thing. It is the process they announced before, right? Obviously, you can't document something and then implement it for a port, for a strait. It has to be put into a system, it has to be built up, right? It's the same thing, but they've actually just taken it a step further and it's implemented and it's functional. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is when you look at the negotiations, you're talking about all of this. Like, it was Iran who said, actually, do you know what? Bring it on. We don't want to negotiate with you. Bring it on. You want to do a ground invasion? We are ready. Bring it on. Why didn't Trump go through with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's
Why
why I
didn't he
was
go through with
saying
it?
I would have. I think Trump is just much more of a humanitarian than I am. He just really didn't want more
Oh my God,
casualties for the
Manco, like
Iranians.
literally, I feel like it's April Fool's Day or something. I feel like it's comedy hour. Like, are you seriously saying the guy's humanitarian? He's being paid to perform a role and he's sacrificing America and Americans and the world to fill his and his family's pockets with billions. And you're saying he's a
Trump
humanitarian? Like, really?
loves the Iranian people too much, and it makes it so that he's very
Oh, that's why they
soft-hearted
were
when it
okay to
comes
bomb a school
to
with 168 kids and not even
bombing them.
apologize. He's not once apologized for the bombing of that school. Not
Why should he?
once has he
Why should he,
apologized.
Beatrix?
Because, as you say, he loves the Iranian people. You're telling me that.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't bomb that target. This was part
His
of a
military did.
process
He's
that
the
was
commander
done
in
by
chief.
the government, and you know,
He's
here's
the
the problem.
commander in chief of the military that bombed and killed 168 kids of the people that you claim he loves. Why didn't he apologize?
Yeah, and why should he apologize?
Because we're the champions of the Geneva Conventions. That's our institution, and we should uphold those values
Do
more
you
than
think it
anybody.
was an intentional? Do you
And
think it
anytime
was
and previous,
intentionally
and listen,
targeted, Cyrus?
even when obviously not, right? I don't think it was intentionally targeted at children, but in the past, anytime the U.S. commits such an act, right, accident or not, obviously we hope it's an accident. they speak out against it. Every other president before there's
Can you give me an example?
yes, in Iraq War One, they hit there was a shelter. I think it was a hospital or it was some government building that was benign. It wasn't a military target, and a bunch of civilians were using it as a bomb shelter, and they hit it. It was the onset of the war, and immediately I believe it was the Bush administration, and he came out. This is Gulf War One.
Well, that was a long time ago. Just recently, we had the Biden administration in exiting the Afghanistan war a few years ago, where there was the terror attack that blew up some U.S. troops at the gate for the airport or whatever.
I remember, yeah.
And then they decided, well, we're going to retaliate. So they decided to use some terrible intelligence, and they blew up a family in their car. And then they were like, "Oh, oops." Well,
yeah. Well, four people.
They
four
didn't
people,
really go out. I didn't hear any apology from Biden on that one.
4 people is different than 150 school kids.
Did they apologize for when it was exposed by who was it? Was it Julian Assange? But when it was exposed that
yeah, WikiLeaks.
When it was exposed that the UK and America were abusing basically Iraqis in Iraq, did they come out and apologize?
They should have for sure.
What was the name of that? Hold on. What was the name of that prison? That's what you're talking about, right?
Abu Ghraib.
Yeah. Did they apologize for that?
No,
I don't know if there was ever an official apology, but it was a big scandal here politically.
No, I know, but I don't think there was an apology. I'm backing your point on Marco. I think they rarely apologize when they do these type of things.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show how the deep state has grown and how unapologetic and bellicose we've become. We're acting like savages. We're getting worse and worse. We should either way. I know how rare it is, but the UN is shaped in our Western values and on our. These are our institutions. So if we break these laws, everyone else will laugh at us. They'll be like, "Hey, why should we follow it?" We should be exemplary, and we're not.
You can't have a war where whenever anything happens on your side, you're like, "Oh, I am so sorry. Here's my formal apology. I'm going to do the Japanese thing where I put my forehead on the ground, all that stuff." And then when the other side does stuff, they're like, and you're like, "Hey, you just did this bad thing." And they're just like, "Oh, that's a false flag, bro." No,
yeah, I don't see 150 American schoolgirls dead. We killed 150 little schoolgirls under the age of 10. It warrants an apology. I don't know what you're arguing. You're making yourself look like a heartless, terrible person. How can you not say that's worthy of an apology? Why would you expose that?
I don't think so.
That's not representative of that. That's not a good representation of what the American public should feel when they witness the murder of 150 little kids. They're little children, dude.
It's not murder,
how could you not want to apologize for that?
That's not how the word
I apologize for
works.
that. I'm sorry, world. I'm sorry my government did that. Easy.
I don't think you represent the United States very well. But anyway, the Iranians are the ones who decided that they were going to convert part of an IRGC military base to a school and lead to a very easy sort of misidentification of a military target. So they never should have put the school there to begin with.
Yeah, Hegseth took out all the pre-targeting checks, and he pretty much gave them the all clear. Hey, you don't need to double check anything. They're going on old maps. The protocol is right before you go. The days prior to planning.
You're not in that process.
That's what they said. This was announced by. This was announced by Hegseth.
No, but Cyrus, I don't know what your debate's about. And I think you shifted your position. I think he's right. I think largely speaking,
what did I shift?
In the US and the UK partake in criminal activities, they never apologize. Now, there might be a rare instance that do, but especially in recent history.
In recent times, no. You're right. So
especially since 9/11, they've never apologized.
100%.
So you're in agreement then. So why are you debating him on that issue? You're right. In terms of, he's right. They don't. Now, you have this utopian idea of what America or these countries should do. That's a good thing to aspire to. Maybe if the American people... I just want to welcome Simon as well to the stage. I hope you're doing well, Simon. The American people are in charge. Maybe it would be a totally different scenario. But the American government and the British government consistently have actually not only endorsed them, but many times backed them up. Piers Morgan, I don't like the guy, but the reason he lost his job is because he published what was happening in those prisons And even though apparently he got it illegally or they were fake or whatever, but in reality it was happening. So they didn't want those. So if anything, even someone as high profile as him will get impacted if they try to expose their crimes. So
Yeah, they never admit to their crimes because then they'd have to have reparations, compensation, legal liability,
yeah.
war crime court. Like there's massive consequences to apologizing. So they'll never admit to war crimes.
Yeah, and real quick, I looked it up. So George W. Bush did apologize for Abu Ghraib in May 2004 in a press conference in the White House Rose Garden. He said, "I was sorry for the humiliation suffered by the Iraqi prisoners and the humiliation suffered by their families."
Yeah, so why can't we make a statement right now for the atrocities in this war? What's wrong? Like, why are you against that, Marcos?
Wait, no, wait. Cyrus, that was only after WikiLeaks exposed it all. American intelligence knew what they were doing well before WikiLeaks made it public globally. It's only when America had egg on its face globally and it was humiliated and everyone asked questions. He stood there and he apologized. And then America lent on Britain and said, get freaking Julian Assange on fake rape charges. Put him in solitary confinement in the UK. We want retribution for the fact that that guy humiliated us using WikiLeaks. So let's make it out like it was just sincere. It
No,
wasn't.
for sure. I mean, no one's making that claim, but why can't we at least do that fake apology for this one? They won't even do that. I mean, they won't even give a fake apology after killing 150 kids. That shows just the nasty, vile nature of these people. Any other, like, I think Obama would have done it, right? I can name a few. George W. probably would have done it.
None of them would have done it. They'd have to accept legal responsibility and all the consequences that come from that. That's how the whole system's set up.
I mean, there's
You
no
can you
consequences.
only
We
admit
own all
it.
the
You only
courts.
admit it when you're caught. You never get ahead of that. It will never happen by any president, any of them, because they'll then have to pay the bill, and they don't want to pay the bill, and they don't want the consequence of it.
The superpower never pays the bill. I mean, we used Agent Orange on Vietnam. We killed 2 million Vietnamese. We dropped 2 nuclear bombs. You know, like the superpowers don't pay any price. That
Yeah,
comes.
and real quick, WikiLeaks was not Abu Ghraib because WikiLeaks came later. The Abu Ghraib stuff was 2003 and 2004. So the WikiLeaks stuff came out in like 2010 or something.
It was still a leak, though. It was exposed. It was a leak that exposed it.
Yeah, it was. I think it said CBS News. Yeah, CBS News published it. So it got leaked through them.
And our news is way worse off now.
Okay.
It was taken over then, and now it's literally one unit. So we won't get any investigative journalism anymore. All we can hope for is these wonderful independent journalists to bring us any glimmer of truth.
It was actually, no, wait, hang on. It was Seymour Hersh. It was Seymour Hersh who published the details. Seymour Hersh is the same journalist who exposed the Nord Stream pipeline. I believe it's the same person who exposed the Nord Stream pipeline here.
Yeah,
was blown up by.
He's been doing those kind of things since like the 1970s or something.
Well, let me just finish that. Seymour Hersh exposed that the CIA and America blew up the Nord Stream pipeline just to get back at Russia. And that has made people in the UK for the last 5 or 6 years choose between heating and eating because it put our gas bills through the roof. Seymour Hersh exposed that. Seymour Hersh, so you're right, Manco. It was the same journalist who exposed that. That happened 5 or 6 years ago. That exposed Abu Ghraib as well.
Yeah, so he wasn't
Good work
first,
there,
although
Beatrix.
he was early in it. It first got exposed by 60 Minutes and on April 28th, and then Seymour Hersh did an article on it 2 days later in the New Yorker magazine.
Yeah, maybe, but it was I remember Seymour Hersh played the central role in it. But and Abu Ghraib, like, okay, so a lot of the war logs, Iraq war logs, which contained the context about the detainee abuse, was then released by WikiLeaks, right? When was the apology?
Yeah.
2004.
What
you said,
happened
right?
was in 2010, there was a lot of classified documents that were also related to this and many other things that got released. So it may have, provided some additional information.
Okay, but let me ask you something. Did Bush's apology come before the Seymour Hersh New Yorker article and the 60-minute expose? of Abu Ghraib?
Well, obviously, no, it was not even like an issue at that point, but it
Obviously,
was,
no, right? And he was the commander in chief. CIA had all this intelligence. They knew what was going on. Do you know what? When Piers Morgan published, and you know what? You say what you want about Piers Morgan now, he's a changed man. But at that time, he was the editor of the Daily Mirror in the UK.
We will
He
attack
was
Piers
the
Morgan and
only.
what?
Well,
but
Sulaiman, you attack him as
by
much
the
as
way,
you want
but
to.
when it broke,
I
when
am
the news came
defending him.
out,
But wait, let me just finish what I was saying. Wait, 1 second, Manko. At that time, he literally went to war. If you read his book, The Insider, that was his first book, and it was his most genuine book. After that, it's just become a bit of whatever. But he went to war with Tony Blair, who was the prime minister at the time, and he was the only newspaper in this country that went to war with Tony Blair. I think The Observer turned a little bit towards the end, but he was anti-war right the way through. And they were after him. They were gunning for him. And when he published the photo, he actually said to the UK military, I want your comments on this, right? These are pictures of abuse. His own brother, right, was, I don't know, some very senior position in the British military. Piers Morgan's brother is now retired, but he was in a very, very senior position in the British military. He was actually stationed in Iraq. He said to his brother, I've got these pictures of abuse. He went to the heads of the military here and said, and to the government, the Ministry of Defense, and said, I've got pictures of abuse. Do you have any comment or denial? Because I will publish these. Radio silence. They didn't know what to do. He published them on the front page of his newspaper that he was editor for. And do you know what? They sacked him. They lent on that newspaper, the board, and said, these are fake, sack him. He was sacked instantly. He'd been the editor for 10 years. Within half an hour, he had to empty out his desk and he was marched on the street with his badge being taken from him. That's what the British government did. And when there's loads of stories around this, actually, even apart from Piers Morgan, about the abuse and how this came out. What's that thing? Who was that lady? Catherine Gunn. You know about Catherine Gunn, Manko? She worked for the GCHQ, which is like the British NSA. They work in partnership, NSA and GCHQ. They couldn't get the votes to go into Iraq. The United Nations vote they needed, which is why it's an illegal war to this date. They needed the second resolution. They needed the votes. They couldn't get it. So the NSA said to the GCHQ, here's a task for you. Eavesdrop on the poorest United Nations countries' ambassadors, United Nations ambassadors, spy on their phone calls, eavesdrop on their phone calls, find anything that we can use to blackmail them, anything. Are they having an affair? Are they taking drugs? Have they taken money? Anything at all. And we will blackmail them to make sure when they go to the United Nations, they give us that vote. And Catherine Gunn, who worked at the GCHQ, she couldn't handle it, so she exposed it. She went to the Observer, which is why I say towards the end, the Observer changed, and they splashed it. They dragged her, they sacked her, they dragged her into court, they made her life hell. Her husband was half Turkish. They were ready to just chuck him on a plane and kick him out. They waited until the very day of her prosecution. 2 years they made her suffer to drop the charges. Do you know why they dropped the charges? On the first day of her court, 2 years later, the first day she turned up for her trial, the first day of her trial, they said, actually, we dropped this case. Do you know why they dropped the case? Because to pursue that case, they would have to prove that the war was illegal. The Attorney General of this country did a whole dossier saying this war is illegal and these are the reasons why. He was then summoned to America. He did a 2-day trip in America and met Cheney and Bush and all of these people, right? Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice. Came back here the following day. He went on one day, came back the following night and changed his legal opinion and said, actually, this war is legal. To pursue that prosecution, they would have had to provide both of those documentations, why it was illegal and why it became legal, and the government couldn't expose themselves. So then they dropped the charges on her. She left the country. There's a really good film, Keira Knightley's in it, I think, called Official Secrets. You should watch it. It's based on her story. The things that went on in the build-up to the Iraq war, if you looked into it, it's horrific. There is no way the CIA did not know the abuse was going on there. There is no way those pictures that Piers Morgan was sacked for were not real. And it's only after that expose, okay, fine, it wasn't WikiLeaks, it's what you say. But my point is he apologized after an expose because they were humiliated. because people were very anti-Iraq war. 1 million people were killed. I've not seen anybody stand up and say 1 million people were killed. We had a massive inquiry into Tony Blair. The inquiry lasted years. It was proven to be an illegal war. Zero action taken against him or anybody else in this country. It's a disgrace what our nations have done in the name of, democracy and human rights and freedom. We've bombed entire civilizations. The only true word that Trump said is, we can end Iranian civilization, because that's our modus operandi. That's what we do best.
Powerful, Beatrice. Powerful. And I
I
gotta
love you.
also respond to Mankos, if I could.
Yeah, Andrew, jump in, please.
Beatrice, I tell you, that was powerful. It's hard to follow up after that. Mankos is a trial lawyer, people. Well, I don't know. Wait, I don't think he's a trial lawyer. He's a lawyer.
Get to the
Now,
actual
it's
debate.
someone, yeah, yes, the actual debate. But Mankos came in with, he opened this up, Suleiman, with, there are 3 naval U.S. combatant ships in the Persian Gulf. No, nothing happened. Their paint didn't get scratched. Do you know that Mankos reads retreaded USNI, very dedicated propaganda from the Pentagon? Do you know he only spews what is fed to him by propaganda? Do you know that there is zero, and please research this, I posted it in the space, there is zero separate, independent satellite civilian imagery to prove what he just stated. Mango feeds people lines of BS, lies, just like the Pentagon, lies on lies and lies. The Pentagon, the United States government, has locked, stopped all independent journalism, independent satellite civilian imagery. We don't know what's going on in there right now. We're only blind to what the Pentagon feeds us. Whenever Mango talks, you're listening to Pentagon talk. You're listening to CENTCOM talk. Don't buy it, listeners. Go do independent research. You need satellite imagery. We don't have it. It's been blocked. Why don't we have independent journalism in Gaza right now? The IDF has blocked it. Why are they killing journalists? The IDF is killing them. America has blood on their hands. We are in open derision. I'm not going to get too fired up here, Sully. I'll leave it here, but don't buy what Mango's spewing about ships, Navy ships in there. I think it's bull crap. I want independent. Show me the evidence by imagery.
And Andrew, we'd be bragging about it. We would be releasing that imagery without giving away the location. Immediately we would bolster. Why
Yes.
would we hide that?
Yes. Thank you. And if we had nothing to hide, you know what I would do if I was Trump? I said, hey, everyone, here's the imagery. Go look at, here's the independent satellite imagery. We have these things today, people. They're called satellites. Satellites give us detailed imagery. Go research this. Don't let me feed you lines of lies like Mango feeds you. Don't listen to the Pentagon like they feed you. Listen to what I'm saying, and this is what the truth is. Go research it for yourself. Say, I want to see proof. I want to see civilian independent satellite imagery. We have it, but
I've
not
seen
now,
that, Andrew, by the
because
way.
the Pentagon's blocked
I've
it.
seen it on
No,
the
I want to
timeline.
see it. Yeah, you've seen it. Of course you
Yeah,
have.
of course I have.
I want to see independent,
I've seen
verified.
people posting on Twitter in the last 24 hours actual satellite images showing the destroyers
Yeah.
in the. So
Pe-
you
People,
apparently
the imagery he's
don't
showing
have
you
it
is
in, like,
retreaded,
stuff.
sent USNI imagery. I
No,
want to see
no,
independent
it's
civilian related
it's commercial
imagery.
stuff.
No, don't listen to what he's telling you.
I mean, are you working for Iran, or why do you care if people listen to what I'm telling them? I'm telling them the truth.
I don't. I
Then
want
why did you
Americans to
report
know
it?
the truth. I want the truth. I don't want your
See, here's the
Pentagon
problem, Andrew, and
lies. I don't want more innocent
this is why
lives
you
to
have to
die
be like,
because
oh,
you
these
fed them.
Pentagon
You
lies.
feed lies.
It's because you
Stop
said that the
lying.
United States couldn't do this, and now that they've done it, and it's caused you to lose all
No,
credibility.
and that's what I'm saying. They can't do it. Then okay. Then why aren't there open traffic? Why is there not open traffic? Because we got these little creepy lies keep
There's not open traffic
peeking
because
in
it's a lot
and stabs
easier
you.
to send out a speedboat to shoot an RPG at a tanker than it is to shoot at an Arleigh
Oh
Burke-class
my God!
destroyer. So
Here
people,
he's
it
reading to
hasn't
you what
gotten
the
safe
Pentagon's
enough
feeding
for
people.
people to decide that they're just going to take a nice leisurely stroll through. But it's going to happen. It's going to continue to. You're going
I
to see
want.
more and more ships coming in. We already got
Mancos, you
2
really think
ships
that's their
out, Andrew.
capability?
How do you explain
RPGs on
that?
speedboats? You think that's how they're imposing on the Persian Gulf with RPGs on speedboats? You really think that's the only
Yeah,
asset
I
they
mean
have?
that's mainly what they have been attacking with in reality. When you actually look at the reports of attacks on ships in the actual strait, it has been speedboats that have been reported.
Yeah, there's no RPGs.
People.
They have salvos of 107
Yeah.
millimeter rockets, and they do that. That's relatively a small ordnance. That's the way to get their attention and to not destroy the ship. If they hit them with any meaningful ASM capability, that ship will be sunk. Well, they're not trying to do that, right? So they have a measured approach. I mean, this is demonstrable. You know, like when you come out and give these statements, you know, you really take away from your own argument from your
No, I
crowd. You
mean,
know, you
hold
want
on,
to be
hold on.
taken as You want to be taken as
Are you
credible, right?
serious?
So your message
You're
carries.
saying that when I say RPG and you say, oh, it's a 107 millimeter rocket, 107 millimeters is about 4 inches. That's the same size as an RPG. Like, come on. Are we being serious here?
It's not. It's two totally different. One of them has a range of 7 kilometers. The other one has a range of 1,000 meters, and one of them packs
No,
a
no one's
one.
shooting.
One of
No
them.
one's shooting a little rocket like that, 7 kilometers.
Look at it. Pull it up. Pull up 170 millimeters.
You're not going to hit anything. You can fire an
It's a Chinese
RPG
rocket.
7 kilometers probably too. If you
You
fire it
cannot.
ballistically, you're not going to
You
hit
cannot.
anything.
You cannot. It goes 1,200 meters.
Oh my God, dude, that's
Plus, Mangos is
indirect
saying that
fire.
Look
that
it up,
Iran
man.
has no
Fact check me.
accuracy.
You have AI.
Dude.
Fact check me. Fact check the difference between 107 millimeter
Yeah.
rocket,
Yeah.
the warhead weight, the range. Fact check me right now on the spot.
What's the point? You
You're
want to
wrong.
measure
The point is
things?
that
He's
you're
on his
wrong. The point is that
computer.
you're
He
dead
can't
wrong.
say
It's a
anything.
tiny little rocket. No, I'm not wrong. I am not wrong. Firing little rockets from a speedboat is what happened. And I use the word RPG because I'm not going to go into all sorts of details to a layperson audience trying to do little like nuances between the different type of rockets when it's basically the same size.
All right, so let's keep it laid, man, because I got a question for you. So let's say you're the president of the United States. You have the entire brass of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. When you go to them with this proposal, hey, you know, there's a nuclear threat. We got to go in. We got to go in. What do you think of the outcome? They tell you this exact thing that's rolling out. They're like, to the T. They're going to spell it out, how long it's going to take, the limitations of our air power, and we're going to be stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. At every war game, it has come to that point, right? And they know Iran's capabilities. They know it's more than just RPGs on speedboats, as you're purporting. So, what would you do if your entire brass, brilliant people, geniuses, these people are of giant stature. If you make it to the 4-star level, you are something special, right? So these are the best of the best that we got, and you trust them, right? So how do you act? Okay, like
And by
what
the
do you
way,
do?
I
Do you
don't
do you, go-
agree.
do you go to war and put the world's economy at the brink and jeopardize America and expose our hand and make an uncontested body of water that has not been contested for 400 years? Make it all of a sudden a thing. It was never a thing. It was open for business. We made it a thing. So, like, did any of this seem sensible?
Well, I
And
mean,
if you knew,
Iran
and
made
if
it
you
a
knew the
thing if you
outcome,
want to
no, tell
be
me this: if you knew
specific.
the outcome, right? If you knew the outcome, it would get us to exactly this point. Would you have started this war or not? It's a very simple yes or no question.
Not only would I have started the war, I would have escalated and gotten the war over by now.
I assure you, if they could have done that, they would have gone it over. If there was the
No,
American
because it comes
military
down to
is
Trump's
is way more
personality.
Yeah,
He's
that's
too
what
much
sophisticated
of
than
I,
a
your
I
mind.
agree
softie.
with that
He's
actually.
too
If they
nice.
could have,
He's
they
too much
would
of a
have,
loving
but they
person.
didn't
He
because
doesn't
they
have
Okay,
the
I feel
heart
like
to bomb people.
guys, 1 second. I think this conversation's getting so boring. I'm actually switching off myself. It's like so. Who cares, right? I want to go to Gary and Simon. Just before I do, just want to respond to a couple of points. Actually, no, I can't be bothered doing that as well. Let's go to Gary. Gary, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
sounds like we're having an argument over whether we name something the 4-year cycle or how we put a name on it, that it changes anything. It's kind of interesting to listen to.
Yeah, it's like
I've been
Gary. To
trying
give
to
you an
just,
analogy, it's like basically when two people are debating whether Bitcoin's going to be $106 or $107.
yeah, Well, I have a channel for you. Um, one thing I wanted to say, I've been trying to do it all day, but there's been so many people with so many diatribes. 2 million, that is 2 million seats on airlines have been canceled for May. 2 million seats. That's about a billion a day. Well, billion over the 2 million seats, I think, assume $550 a seat. How many cancellations? I think somewhere around 70,000 cancellations, but 2 million seats, dude, have been canceled for May. So this is demand destruction right here. This is exactly what I've been talking about. You're going to start getting these reports of less travel, less this, less that. So I just wanted to share that. At some point, that uh, this comes home to roost. I mean, you can't just drop 2 million seats. Imagine if you're an airline right now. You just watch Spirit implode. Who's JetBlue's probably going to file? And these are fairly big companies. These are very complex businesses. I've always said the worst businesses in the world would be running an airline. That'd be one of them. Running an airline would be just awful. Um, so I think there's going to be a lot of collateral damage. Now, I don't know what that really means because, and I'll be quiet here, because I really don't care. Like some of the narratives we get on who did what to who. I mean, I don't personally. I think it's just uh, opinions, which is cool, but not forever and ever and ever. 2 million seats. I don't know how. And the reason they're doing that is that they can't manage their jet fuel costs. And they're canceling tickets that people thought they had. Right. So now what's going to happen is you get a trickle effect. Start looking at the hotels, all the rental car companies. I mean, if you're going to, oh, by the way, we're going into summer, which is the peak travel season for demand. The good news is we're in April, May. Yeah, we're in May now, right?
Yeah.
June, July, August, September, October. We got 6 months. Germany, Europe, all of Germany, all of Europe has 6 months to figure out their energy supplies. And it's going to start getting cold. So, like, it's a TikTok fascinating thing we're doing here. I would just, suggest people, hey, keep watching for some of these industries that are having issues or taking advantage of the situation. That's all I got, man.
Yeah, Gary, my I know some people.
It will be another forever war, though, bro. I am more convinced today than I was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, yesterday.
Yeah, you think
Forever
there's not
war.
going to be they're not going to come to a deal?
Nah, not a chance.
Gary, to your point, it's a different kind of forever war.
One
It's a
second,
it's a frozen conflict. But the forever war, like Iraq or
Cyrus.
Afghanistan. Sorry,
I was literally talking, bro.
my bad, brother.
I was gonna say to you, Gary, in terms of what you were saying, in terms of the airlines, you're a friend of mine who's very quite high up in this industry was saying that a lot of airlines are actually looking at basically reducing economy capacity, increase in first class and business capacity, and then another one of my friends who's he travels as a medical doctor, so he was saying the same thing as well. So it seems like the airlines are actually already planning for like a scenario where working class people or an average person won't be able to travel.
I think that is right. And the truth is, we're getting ready to have technology. Let me just take the other positive side of that, okay? I think that is absolutely true, okay? And quite frankly, if we really think it through, this is going to sound like a really harsh comment. What is a family of 5 that makes $92,000 a year taking a $10,000 vacation? Okay? Like maybe that isn't what they should be doing. Which would be if we force some discipline, you would find things would price differently immediately. But also, um, those people are going to be able to do this virtually. I mean, quite frankly, I don't want to go to the Vatican and wait in line. And if I can buy something for $1,000 instead of 10 and have a similar holiday, I'm talking about technology, virtual headsets or whatever. I think we're going to That's the only way, and I'm going to have a better experience. So I think there could be a tale of two economies, two worlds. I think there already is, though, guys. Shit, I can't do what Jeff Bezos does. So it's just getting different. I think this time, for the first time, I think in civilization, we have, human beings are at least able to grab the technology and use it for their own benefit, right? That is a very big difference in this revolution and any other before it. And the sooner we start embracing, hey, this is a revolution here, and everybody is man for himself, really. Tidal wave of change. And you can't baby people through this. Okay, the truth is, people that see this shit happening, they're survivors. This has been happening for centuries, man. I'm not suggesting that the bad guys aren't the bad guys, right? But I do believe I see a glimmer of hope. I mean, the great irony here would be all this technology would be used against the very bad guys that want to try to control it, which has to be open source. Open source has to be the tool of humanity, like, right? That I mean, if it's open source, it's just very difficult to control at that point. So anyway, that's my views. But it's a forever war, man. And it could, like Sarah said, it could look like the Cold War, though, and that was ugly, bro. Never knowing what was going to happen. It was just ugly. Nothing worked well. I'll end there.
Thanks for that, Gary. Appreciate it. Simon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, hey everybody. Gary's absolutely right. This is probably the largest wealth transfer we'll ever experience in our lifetime. And they're all in it. They're all in on it. They're all playing us. If you look across who's kicking ass right now, the highest revenue was reported by Palantir. Palantir is absolutely kicking ass. The share price is going through the roof. The earnings are going through the roof. The government contracts are going through the roof. Discounted airlines, they're all on the brink of disaster. Private jets are fine. They're pricing you out of markets. They're repricing every single thing out there. The S&P is at new all-time highs. The yield on the UK bond is going absolutely berserk. That means your mortgages are going up. That means the cost of your debt is going up. Your energy is staying up. Every time the price comes down, Trump finds a new way of pushing it back up. And so does Iran, and so does Saudi, and so does UAE. They're all managing bounded pricing mechanism. Some of the Saudi companies made 4 times the profits as a result of these higher oil prices. They don't want the Strait open. They want it closed for a little bit longer. UAE is pushing out, oil at these significantly higher prices. They're getting from the Fed access to the FX swap markets. They're not selling their shares. They're not selling their bonds. They're getting new, negotiations. Iran is pulling in maximum amount of profits from oil sales. They're charging record tolls. The Houthis have signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia anyway. That's why they're not entering. Like, everyone that's in power is kicking ass. Trump doesn't give 2 shits whether the strait is open. He just needs a new narrative to push the price up and down in bounded escalation. And they're all in on it. OPEC, the big banks, they're making bank. The HSBC reported their earnings. They put aside 400 million for probably drug trafficking or types of different settlements that they know is coming down the line.
These and
You,
fines they call tariffs.
yeah, UAE is doing gold, dollar to gold to oil trades for Iran to allow them to circumvent sanctions and get their flows out there. India's buying Iranian oil. That's all happening via UAE, while allegedly they're at war. Like, the trade is all continuing. They are playing us like a fiddle. while the average person is just getting completely priced out. This is a complete manufactured crisis. They're pricing you out, and the concentration of M&A activity as a result of this is going to be just like COVID, just like the global financial crisis, just like tariffs. The second the bond market gets to that 5%, oh, Trump suddenly doesn't want to escalate. And when they want the price of oil up, we get a false flag. Like this is big oil managing a wealth transfer. The budget for the military going up. And in the meantime, the S&P, 45% of the S&P is 7 companies that are crushing it. Coinbase announced today that they're laying off 14% of their staff because they're doing the whole thing on AI and are having a couple of managers that they're having just a new infrastructure. There's only going to be 2 types of jobs at the end of this in the next few years. There's going to be people that are doing stuff with AI or helping people do stuff with AI, or people that are building data centers and energy and building out basically the replacement of people's jobs with AI and robotics. Like everyone, like listen to what Gary's saying. You have a few years. They're all playing you. They're all making bank out of this crisis. Nobody wants to open the strait because everybody that can open the strait is making shit tons of money out of it.
I'll just,
Simon,
can I add one thing to that?
yeah, sure,
Um,
Gary, go ahead.
and I noticed in this space, we don't talk about a couple of subjects because I think there's plenty of rooms to talk about it. But this is where Bitcoin should be being brought up here. If you look at Bitcoin at 81.5 right now, and this is me saying this, I've been trying to buy this at below 60, and I missed it here for a sizable chunk, for at least for me. I think what Bitcoin's doing is telling a story. Gold has come off, silver's come off. In fact, gold to Bitcoin over the since this war has been, if you just looked at not forever, but for that period of time between the war, when the war started, and before that, the performance of Bitcoin, it's like, what was it at 66, 68,000? It's at 82. Gold was probably at close to 5,000, and now it's at where it's at, probably off 10%. That's a massive step change between the two. And I think it's important to note, why would that be happening in a war situation? Why would gold be going down and Bitcoin going up? Right? While crude oil is exploding. Right? I mean, oh, wow, all the fertilizers are going to explode. All these commodities are going to explode, yet gold has declined. And you can say, okay, gold made its move before it, got it. But Bitcoin is doing something I think it was built to do. This is exactly the stage it was built for. I can't, I'm not a big pumper. Nobody's heard me get all, $8 million coins. Okay. I am not that guy. But if we're going into the event I think we're going into, and Bitcoin can't be obliterated, I mean, really done, like to even get Solly's salivation glands going, which he's just a bottom fucking pig, right? He's a
I'm waiting
bottom
for
feeder.
50K. Once it goes down, I'm going in.
Yeah, and then he'll say he's waiting for
I'm porting full
42.
in, Gary.
But listen,
You're
man,
gonna
seriously,
miss it,
okay?
man. Like the trends from
All
here.
right,
I think
49, 500.
I do believe though, with really great. This is an opportunity that you're gonna once this shift changes. What Simon was talking about, the transfer of wealth that is happening. You have to be crazy not to look at Bitcoin as, hey, if I don't have any, I most certainly am going to get fucked in the face and the ass at the same time, right? I am. I don't have enough assets to carry me through this kind of change because the 1% is no longer going to be important. It's going to be the 1/10 of 1%.
It
That's what's
absolutely
happening
is, and
here.
they're doing it. They want you to. They're literally pushing up prices there's inflation everywhere. Like, wait till you see the next set of numbers. Inflation absolutely everywhere. They are pushing up prices to make the people on the bread, like the middle class, have to sell their assets because they want you to own nothing and be happy. The poor people, the SMEs, their businesses, they're sending them into bankruptcy so they can acquire them on the cheap. This is like, real estate market in the UK. I mean, you couldn't have created another set of circumstances. Beatrix was talking about like the rental reforms deliberately engineered to crash the market in the UK. At the same time, you had tax reforms on the North Sea oil so that UK couldn't be mining any of its energy. Netherlands has just introduced a wealth tax. Wealth tax, everybody knows, is a ridiculous thing. It crashes the economy so that they can scoop up the assets on the cheap. Like,
Some, and they can't do anything else. They've pulled all the other buttons, right?
yeah, and so they're
There's
managing
nowhere
the
else to
economy
suck.
for BlackRock for you to own nothing and be happy, and BlackRock own everything and rent it back to you. Like, honestly, while this is why the Strait is closed, and they're going to play games. They're going to send you around like a yo-yo. They're going to tell you wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off, and then manage. You can see all of the prices are bounded escalation, and the second they come down, they find another way to get it back up again. Because the real power is cashing in. Like, they're loving every second of it. If you think that Trump is shitting himself because everything's about to crash, that's what, like, this is just wealth transfer. Like, the rich are ready for all of this. The bailout is ready. The money printer's on and ready. Like, if you really think Trump's shitting himself, Trump's delivering for who he works for, and he doesn't work for the American people. He works for the asset holders in America. Like, and he is just rinsing everything he can out of his next few years.
Do they clearly do not look bothered by what the optics look like? They don't. They seem completely unfazed by the look, which is to me the most difficult thing to swallow.
Yeah,
Like, it's actually hard for me to, like, really, man, or like, it freaks me out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's so in your face.
absolutely. Iran doesn't give two shits. Russia doesn't give two shits. China doesn't give two shits. Big oil doesn't give two shits. Chevron, Exxon, Palantir, none of them give a shit. Apple, like, they are all absolutely loving every second while you will own nothing and be happy. I mean, this is the World Economic Forum agenda through and through.
I have a
This
question for Simon, if I may.
Go for it.
Simon, so do you believe that they will actually push it past the precipice so these asset prices will plummet so they can pick it up for cheap, or they'll continue to manipulate this range-bound crisis, as you so astutely put? I like how you frame that. So this kind of range-bound, crisis or artificial crisis where they know the entry and exit points. So are these kind of like interval trading opportunities for them, or do you really think they're going to push past the precipice at the expense of the global middle class, at the expense of our 401ks? So, I mean, there's two. So it's a bifurcated road if you're going to go down that road. Do you really think they're going to push?
Yeah, look, you guys, if you have 401ks, look, okay, so they're all right. You get some of your wealth when you retire, but what the hell are you going to do before you retire? Like, they're just like, they just want to manage all of your wealth. That's all they're doing. They want all of it, and you get some compensation when you retire because they don't want to have to be on the hook for you. So your 401k is about what happens when you retire. In the meantime, you're choosing between eating, heating. You're trying to figure out, like, it's absolutely insane. Now, what are they going to do? All right. Well, they figured out that you can push concentration of wealth into a fewer and fewer companies. There's no S&P 500. There's an S&P 10 that's propping up the whole thing. And it's all around the data center and robotics minerals, mining, the software that sits on top, the complete supply chain, the metals, the commodities. Like you just got the entire thing, which is just getting ready for just stimulating the whole economy through these ginormous data centers. At the same time, what are they building up? They're building up the narrative. China knows how to do what America does at 1/5 of the cost. They've already got it figured out. Like the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure of Chinese AI and open source is just 100% ready to rug pull. Not only that, but China's look at all the gold outflows. The number one export of America right now is energy and gold. That gold's all ending up in Shanghai. The West is loaded up with paper derivative contracts with no gold to back it, no silver to back it, and now they're doing the same with paper Bitcoin. So you've
But
got
Simon, are you seeing it my way now? When I said he doesn't want it open, because that's what I said in the beginning, and you said no.
Class Jonah is up here. Class Jonah.
well, I
Class
don't
Raj,
think he's
class
trying to
Jonah.
hold on to the world reserve currency, but I don't think he wants it open because he's asset stripping.
I said there were two possibilities. He
Yeah,
either wants to hold on to global reserve currency, or he wants to usher in his stable coins. And if that's the case, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want the straight open, and he's going to force hyperinflation, and then come back with a better solution for America,
it's
which is
not
going to
him.
be his
It's the
stable
it's
coins.
the World Economic Forum. He's serving the globalist
I don't.
agenda. It's
Whose stable
literally
coin do you think it's going
step
to
by
be?
step.
Whose stable coin do you think it's going to be? Is
It-
something, guys? Can you check the news? I feel like something just happened or is about to happen.
There was a
I just see the
report. I
market
didn't
acting
announce it because
open.
I was I mean, I posted it and then wrote unconfirmed. But apparently, Keshem Island was bombed. But I am like, there isn't anything in addition to that. So the Hormuz Islands allegedly. Unless there's something else, that's the only thing I've seen. But do continue.
I'm just seeing big shorts coming in a time when everything was going up. So typically, you see something like that, and then something happens in Iraq.
Yeah, Joe. To answer your question, I think they're just playing bounded escalation, and they'll keep this jig going for as long as they can keep it going. They're loving it. Everybody's loving it.
Yeah, but the solution after this is, hey, look, we're going to have to give up fiat because of the fractional reserve currency. We're going to go full reserve. It's going to be better. It's going to be safer for
No, I
everyone.
don't.
And here's our stable coin.
Yeah, I mean, but they're doing that now. They're doing the CBDCs in Europe. They're doing the police and surveillance state. They're doing, Clarity Act, and the banks are getting all the yield and all the shit that we know is happening there.
Yes.
Trump's
And what do you
Trump's
think
just
happens to
rug
the stable
pulling.
coins?
Well, they're not going to take down the banking system because the banks are winning. So stable coins
The
would just be
banks are in
ancillary.
already.
Sorry. Yeah, but
When the
they ain't going to
Fed
give
gave
up
the
their fractional reserves. So that's why the Clarity Act is being delayed because
Guys,
they
just
don't
some
want.
raw breaking news. Sorry, Joe. Thanks for saying it because I was too busy making my video and not video.
I could tell the market was acting weird.
Apparently, there's explosions in Bushehr and Bandar Abbas as well. So those are the ports. Again, take that with a grain of salt. There's a few channels saying it now. I'm gonna double check a bit more and find out. But that's the latest. So it does maybe the war may have restarted. But sorry, back to you, Joe. And apologies for interrupting both of you guys.
Yeah, I could just tell there were shorts that came in about 10 minutes ago. When did that news happen?
Yeah, now. It's like 4 minutes old with the second bit. The Keshem Island one is about 30 minutes old.
Yeah, I could just tell with the market something happened.
Yeah. Look, what's happening here is they are reconfiguring the entire world around this technocratic state. Like Palantir is basically being positioned, and the Magnificent Seven are being positioned as the this global governance structure. You can see the layoffs that are happening right now. It's happening at the tech companies. It's the bankruptcies at anything that's designed to serve people that are on the brink is going down. Like they're making it completely inaffordable. The only way to survive this, the only way I know to survive this, is you've got to lean into this AI stuff, whether it be on the manufacturing side or whether it be you consulting, helping, building, using AI. and just get as much money together as you possibly can in the next few years while this transition happens. And you need to put it into something that's going to outperform inflation in a big way. And Gary talked about Bitcoin being it. The central banks are printing and buying gold still at a very, very fast rate. Berkshire Hathaway is going all into cash and bonds, which I think is insane. But they know they know something we don't know. And the Bitcoin trade in self custody, it's pretty clear from here. And all of the different programmable Orwellian crypto BS. It's just about building a nation of degenerate gamblers, programmable money, and pushing people into all of these stable coins integrated with AI and social credit scores. Gary's absolutely right. How do you fight back? Look, when you're spending your money, you need to look at all the people around you, your neighbors, your farmers, your supply chains, and you need your money to go to them. You don't need to go to a global institution because the people around you need your money. And so if you're spending money, make sure it's in your community and around you, and you're figuring out how do we get our supply chains? How do we, make sure your local farmer's not going to go bust because they're going to need, community investment on the local side. Then with that, it doesn't matter what the government does. It doesn't matter because you got your localized community. That's the decentralized hubs that need to happen all around the world. And on the money side, you need to exit. Like you, you need to exit the system. It's just like you if you don't own something that outperforms this inflation, you're going to get crushed. The system's designed to do it that way. They want you on a universal basic income. They want you owning nothing. And even if you look at what are they inventing, they're inventing alternative artificial ways of making food. They're inventing smart houses. They're it really is coming, and you've got a few years to prepare for this. How your world is right now is not going to be the world that we're going to see in the next few years. And I'm just saying that, like, everyone really needs to have a plan for the next few years, and you need to be leaning into the current trend because everything is changing, and you need to stick that in assets, because if you're holding it in cash, or you don't have any assets, then you're on the universal basic income. They're building it.
UHI, you mean, Simon?
UHI, yeah. Just because they really, really want you to, have a bunch of people with high incomes, that with a lot of time. Like, that's exactly what they want. They don't want people that are just above the precipice so that they can control you through this AI.
Joe, was there anything you wanted to add?
That's it from me.
Joe, was there anything you wanted to add?
No.
What were you saying shorting? The market or the oil, or what was shorting? Them short orders. What?
No, I just saw the movement. I saw the movement in Bitcoin, and I saw big shorts coming in when all day the only volume spikes have been buys. They haven't been sells. And I'm like, this just seems like something's up. So I figured something happened.
By the way, what I said is unconfirmed, so just take off this screenshot.
Yeah. So I should close my short.
I don't know anything about this. I don't know about anything about that. So just coming to Simon. Simon, what's the there was a question I had for you, which was when you say you've only got a few years, but wouldn't it take them a while to create a system? Wouldn't it be a bit more longer than a couple of years?
Maybe, but pretend that it's going to be a few years, because the more urgent you treat this, the better you're going to be. but they're building it. Like, you know, the frequency of manufactured crisis from here is just going to get more and more frequent. And this is the almighty one. Like, we're going to be dealing with the fallout from this for the next year or two. And they are going to weaponize every aspect of this that they can. Like, every narrative that's needed, every, like, every opportunity. It's just like the perfect manufactured crisis. I think they've calculated how long they need the strait closed or open. They certainly know what price of bond yields they change the narrative, and they certainly know what price of oil is acceptable and not acceptable. And they certainly know what types of issues, and all the world powers, all of them. You go through all the China was prepared for this. Like, Iran was prepared for this, UAE was prepared for this, Qatar was prepared for this, Saudi was prepared for this. Like, you can just look through the whole chain, and you can see how prepared many of these different countries and interests were.
Simon, don't you think that before Trump meets Xi, he needs to show that he's in control,
I
or at
don't
least
I don't even
or
believe,
something?
like, Joe. I'm at such a point of, like, I just think this is so, powers are working together. Like, yeah, they compete, but these types of things, they're not. I don't think that they're the enemies that we see. Like, you know, if China wanted to cut off America and end this war tomorrow, it could. If UAE and Iran wanted to end this, they've got all the levers between each other to cut this off tomorrow. Like, if Russia wants to end this, if any of them want to end this, and they weren't genuinely working on something that's benefiting, then they'd end this. So whatever Xi Jinping and Trump, are going to be announcing, look, it's even structural. When China wants to do the rug pull on the AI trade, you can get a ginormous money printing exercise. You can get it where, after this crisis, they say in national security, China's going to take over the AI. We need to invest more. We need to create jobs. We need to build out data centers across the whole country. We need to make sure that the companies have, all of the capex and financing that they need. And then you can create a massive stock market bubble based upon that from here, do the big money print. And then China can just say, hey, by the way, all that capex, wasted money. We've already figured out how to do that significantly cheaper and significantly more efficient. Like, it's so lined up. Like, the rug pull that's needed is structurally in that. And then you get the crisis, and from the crisis, everyone sells their assets. Then they purchase back on the cheap. It's 2008 all over again. And the ones that did the best out of the 2008 global financial crisis were the ones that created the global financial crisis. It's where they concentrated significant power. The same people that benefited from COVID, the same people that benefited from the Russia-Ukraine war, the same people that benefited from the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, are the same people that are benefiting from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, China.
Simon, do you know what? Oh, sorry, go on, Joel.
Yeah, China's making some serious moves in AI in terms of not only in efficiency but also in getting the talent that's actually good at using AI, because they're offering you free housing and money to move there if you know how to orchestrate multiple agents. And that's not a hard task. I mean, almost anyone can learn it. And they're offering that, trying to get talent from around the world to go move there, because they know that's the future. The future is no longer like us actually executing tasks. It's us orchestrating agents that execute tasks.
Joe,
Um,
is it? Am I correct though? Right, the infrastructure that America is investing all this capex into is
mhm.
significantly less efficient than what China's doing.
Well, in traditional fashion, right? Like America always wants the best at any cost, right? And that has its pluses and minuses, right? So they invested in infrastructure that is the best. America does have the best AI. China, in very much Chinese fashion, looks for 90% is good, but a tenth of the price, right? And that's what China's doing also with AI, just like they did with cell phones and everything else. Like even electric cars right now, they're doing the same. It's the same tactic they've always used, which with AI is going to make a huge difference because you can't afford to run multiple agents and pay for Claude, like the top model in Claude. You can't. It's too expensive.
Yeah, and remember, BlackRock's completely diversified. They're pushing up the oil prices and the energy prices. They're cashing in on all the energy they got here. And then this will reignite the renewable energy climate change policy, which will have significant investment from Europe, from Asia. China's already significantly built it out. And they're just managing their portfolio. They're getting ready. They're going to profit from both trades. They're fully diversified. There's the energy, there's the build out, and there's the structural rug pull based upon the massive efficiency difference between the Chinese AI and the American AI that needs to monetize. And if it can't monetize, then it needs a bailout, or it needs to be concentrated into Google. Like Meta is laying off staff to invest in data centers. They're not laying off staff just because they're getting efficiency improvements from AI. They're like, where do we get the money from to invest in these data centers? Let's get rid of the staff. And once we got the data centers, we don't need the staff back again. Like it's really accelerating.
Yeah, if you have a job that all you need to do is set a computer or have a phone in your hand all day, your job today, this very moment is obsolete. And that's the truth.
You're obsolete, Joa.
No, I'm being dead serious.
That
Like
was right. He really
there
is.
there is nothing AI can't do with a phone and a computer. There's nothing a human can do with a phone and a computer that AI cannot do at this moment. And a lot of times at a higher level.
So, you know, when you initially spoke, Simon, about what's coming, it's really scary. And I hear what Gary's saying about Bitcoin, but I think that like we're all going to be impacted by this. Yesterday, Simon, I don't know if you saw this, but was the like it's what 67 days in. I don't know how long the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, but let's say 55 days. I remember you coming on about the 28th day saying it has to be open like yesterday. Not only you, but other people as well, saying because we're going to feel the impact. The impact has been felt across the world. We know, especially in the Far East, in India, in Asia, in the UK, Americans are feeling it. But yesterday was the first time that Chevron came out and said, we're going to start feeling the impact now. And I thought, why now? We have been feeling it. But this is timely because now they're trying to prepare people for what's coming. And the other side of this, I was saying this on the space yesterday, that whenever and however the other side of this happens, and it will, the other side of this exercise, this operation, the world as we know it today is never going to be the same, and it's going to be a really different world, and we're going to have to deal with it. And you talked about the Renters Reform Bill. I would encourage everybody, any changes we see, even if you think it's... Sorry, Suleiman, go ahead.
Breaking news. Iran has fired a cruise missile from Bandar Abbas, but basically fired a cruise missile towards the Strait of Hormuz. Initial reports say that a vessel has been hit. We have no more information. Actually, I need to look if there's any more information. That's the first bit I've seen, but I'll let you guys know. That's the latest news. Apparently, it's fired from Bandar Abbas. That's why, if you remember, explosions were heard on Kesh Island and Bandar Abbas and Bushehr. But sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, no worries. So what I was saying is, when this operation is over, the world as we know it is going to be a completely different place. And I would encourage everyone that no matter what changes you see, no matter how it's packaged up now in our countries, look at it from the spectrum of what are they actually trying to do to us? What's the real motive behind this? The Renters Reform Bill, or whatever it's called, Act in the UK, is packaged to help tenants across the country. In fact, it's had the opposite effect. There's been mass evictions of tenants, and landlords have put their properties on the market. It's going to cause a property crash without a shadow of a doubt. And speaking to Simon, the penny dropped that this is all part of the big plan. They packaged it so well, though. I'm not joking. They were like, oh, you know, you're going to have lifetime tenants. You could never evict them again. You cannot put rent up on them. They can have all the pets that they want. You cannot enforce this. There's going to be no terms to the tenancy anymore. They're going to be there for life. The only time you can ask them to move out, and you have to literally wait months, is if you're going to move in, and you have to prove to us you're going to move in. If you've got another property, you have to prove to us you're selling the other property, or if you're going to sell the property where your tenant lives, in which case you have to put it on with an agent. You can't actually take it off the market for 6 months. Draconian measures packaged to say we're protecting the tenants. What happened? Landlords across this country thought, freaking hell, I've got 3 students living there. I do not want them to be my tenants for life. I can't put my rent up on them. I can't do anything. So I might as well just evict them and sell whatever I can get out of my property. That's been the effect of it. So I'd encourage everyone to look at whatever our governments are doing, no matter how they're packaging it up, from the lens of what we're talking about here on this space of the new world to come. And then we have to spend, and I said this yesterday, more time talking about what that looks like. We talked yesterday about the 15-minute cities and how that's going to work, and CBDC. And I think we have to spend more time talking about that. And what Gary was saying about Bitcoin, or anything that we can actually do to help each other through this, because it's going to be tough.
Sorry, you finished. Sorry, Bishop, you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Some breaking news, but just by the way, even if you don't agree with Simon in terms of what's happening, I definitely agree with him in terms of what's gonna happen and what you should do to prep. So irrespective of, like, maybe you don't agree with some of the finer details, or no, don't fully agree with who's involved and who's not, but I totally agree with him in terms of what the overarching plan is. It is to take you down this mass surveillance straight, and it is to take control over everything you have, and to make sure you don't have any freedoms, and 15-minute cities and Palantir's total control. So more of the story of that whole is you should still be planning, prepping, and doing all the things that he's mentioned, and Gary mentioned, and everyone also mentioned, because this is the aim, and we've known this has been the aim for a while. We've been saying it. We got a statement from Trump. Is it Taco Tuesday? Manco, Manco, have you got a tissue? Because Manco was saying, you all see blood. You all see blood. So many vessels gonna go out tomorrow. You're gonna be like, so many vessels. You can't count those vessels, blood. You can't count those vessels. Anyway, this is Trump. Based on the request of Pakistan, bro, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, additionally, the fact that great progress has been made towards a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, the fact that great progress has been made towards a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed.
And that was because the 30-year yield went above 5%. Now they need to get it back
I was
down.
going to ask you that, Simon, if it went above, it was 4.99 before, right?
Yeah, it went above 5%. Now they need to capitulate.
Wow, you nailed it again, Simon. Yep, you said Taco Tuesday. You're off a day. You're off a day. It's Taco Wednesday.
Yeah, that's because it's a bank holiday in England.
It is Tuesday, bro. What are you talking about?
It is Tuesday, yeah.
Oh no, okay. Oh my god.
And do you know the story behind bank holidays, by the way? It was
Please
during
tell.
the Great Depression in the 30s. Whenever a new bank was set to go bust, they knew that people would be queuing over the weekend. So on Mondays, they would close the banks and they'd call it a holiday. And then it just carried on going through. So when there's a bank holiday, it's because they didn't want you to withdraw your money from the bank on a Monday during the Great Depression. A little bit of useless trivia there.
Painful
Can you
trivia.
can you just explain that news? What was I didn't get what Trump's statement was. So he said what? He said what
So
exactly?
you know Project Freedom, that project he's been doing when he's been claiming that he's they control the strait now. They're gonna go in, get the vessels, and get them out. Well, obviously he knew that he wouldn't. That was all false. Everyone believed that this was not possible, except obviously except Manco. Manco thought so many vessels are gonna come out tomorrow. We won't be able to count them. But yeah, he's basically tackled on it because he knows it can't be done. Like it just can't be done. Like of course, like all the military
What?
experts. Yeah, go ahead, Manco.
No, I just heard. Do you say my name?
Yeah, Manco, what do you have to say? You said so many vessels are going to be coming out; it's going to be unbelievable. But your president has tackled. He didn't agree with you.
Well, I don't think it's going to be so many vessels coming out. I think it's going to be more vessels over time going in. Did he say he's not going to send any more?
He said it's now on pause. Project Freedom.
Did he say why?
Yeah, he said because the Pakistanis.
Suleiman, can you just read? Yeah, can you just read that statement again, please? Because I think I missed it as well. To be honest, I was listening, but I just didn't get it.
Yes, I can read it again. It's like back in school again. You got to read it again for the naughty kids and the chicks. Okay.
For the slow class.
Yeah,
the
good
slow
one.
class.
Okay. Now you said like that. Now I know what to do.
I'm
No,
gonna prove you up here, Jonah.
Now you
no.
said that. Now Joe said, I get it now. So it's like I'm in the Peru. Like, I don't know if you guys have it the same thing in the United States, but in the UK, like, the kids were the really, really naughty kids, like the ones who are like very bad behaviors and they just can't be with the like good kids. They get put in a Peru, and like everyone should be scared to go in there, but I should just go in there and just for bands, and go have bands with them, even though I wasn't their teacher. But so I'm in the Peru. Look, guys, I'll act like that. Look, guys, don't worry. This is really fun. This is really good. Listen, Manco said so many ships is going out. Well, we'll see if Manco's right. Is lots of ships going to be coming out? Manco's already backtracking. He said, no, not lots, like maybe more go in and then out or whatever. Anyway, this is what had to be said. Based on the request, this is from Donald Trump, based on the request from Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign, Pakistan's again, like they're the guys sorting it all out, and other countries, the tremendous military success that we've had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that the great progress has been made towards a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, which if you read my Substack article, I demonstrate like 250 vessels will come out, like there is no blockade, will remain in full force and effect. Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. President Donald J. Trump. It is a Tuesday. It is Taco Tuesday. Don't know what else to say.
So just really quickly, he says the fact that great progress has been made towards a complete and final agreement. And then at the end, he says, we're going to see if the agreement can be finalized. So this is just, it's what Simon says. They're going to keep it. This is it. It's just going to be closed. They're all in it to make it closed. They keep giving us these platitudes every week, 10 days, fire a missile here, fire a missile there, keep people bought into the pantomime. Everyone's in on it. Everyone's cashing in on it. And Trump's job is to give out these statements every now and again. End civilization, no, I'm going to be good. We're going to work together. End civilization, I'm going to bomb them to smithereens. No, we're going to be good. It's just it's a circle jerk, isn't it? That's all it is. What a mess.
May I ask a question from Simon, please?
Yeah, jump in, Gigi.
Hi, everyone. Simon, I really appreciate your analysis all the time, and my brain will agree with you 99%. But my heart, when I think of the picture that you're painting, it kind of squeezes, and I want to start crying and go to a corner and pull the pull the blanket over my head. Can you tell me? Okay, I'm with you, and I'm with Gary. Bitcoin, of
Oh
course.
my God, is
That's
Simon making you cry?
no. That Simon doesn't make me cry. I just want to understand more because he's right. He's a smart. I've been following him for years, and I know he's correct. He's honest, and all of that. But and I'm with him and Gary with Bitcoin. I know Bitcoin is one way to preserve our assets, and I'm a Bitcoiner. I have been. Um, I want Simon to paint the picture from the other side. Okay, these people that are pulling the rug, like Donald Trump type of people, Apple, Mark Zuckerberg type of people, what are they going to achieve when the entire population are going to be completely demolished, living in the small houses, not traveling, not doing anything, and being poor? And are they going to go all to their bunkers that like Zuckerberg is building under them Hawaii? Or what all this? There are not going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a handful of, not handful of them, but let's say thousands of them. How they're going to live? What are their objection of what are they going to achieve that they're doing? How much more they need? And what type of, I mean, they won't benefit from this either, because the society, there would be riot, the people would be completely angry. So I mean, my brain say you're right, but I mean, if the scenario that you're painting happens, it's going to be a really scary situation for both sides, right?
Well, it's logical to think how much is enough money, but that doesn't factor in the systemic nature of how this all works. And it's predicated on the fiat currencies are Ponzi schemes. And they are created as debt, and the money to pay the interest doesn't exist. And so, in order to find the interest, you need to take on more debt, and or a company needs to take on more debt. So, investment bank create products for that, and when you borrow from them, you become subordinate to them for capital. And the end goal is to get the government to take on all the debt. By every time they take unnecessary risks, they socialize the losses and privatize the gains. And their job is to profit from war, profit from rebuild, and then eventually you've concentrated so much wealth upwards that eventually there's no room for the government to take on more debt. So you reset the map, and you reset the world order, and you find another central bank, and you start again, because it's systemic, and it's 100% structural, and everyone is subordinate to that process. If you're a company like Apple, you have a quarterly goal, and your goal is to maximize profit by fiduciary duty for your shareholders. If you're a government, your job in a debt-based Ponzi scheme is to prevent the systemic collapse of your system, which means that you always need to roll over the debt, and you just need the economy to grow faster than the average cost on your debt. And if you're an individual, your job is to go to college, take on debt, get credit cards, take on debt, get a mortgage, take on debt, and eventually hand over your income to the financial institutions so that when you retire, you might have beaten the system because they managed it for you. And that's the system. It's
Simon,
it's it's just maths and code.
can I add something that I don't think most people understand? If someone
Go on, Joe.
has $20 million, they can easily, without doing a damn thing, make $1 million a year, right? Just from interest. 5.5, right? Um, if someone has 200, they're making 10. They have 20 billion, they're making $1 billion. if they have, what's, the top 5 or 6 guys have, they're making 10 billion. There's only so much money printed every year. So it's taking it from what everyone else can get. So the way the system is designed, more money gets printed. Let's get more money into the system. That just fuels them once again. So you are funneling all the cash to the people who have the cash. And that's what I don't think most people understand, how the game is set up, right? So either you figure out a way to get there, or you continuously have money drained from your account, because that's basically what's happening. Although you feel like maybe you're getting ahead, most people are not getting ahead, even if it feels that way, right? Because there's only so much that's printed every year. And when you have interest payments, and these guys know how to get those interest payments without doing a thing, I just feel like people need to understand how the game works, which I only found out much later. Like, I wish I would have known this when I was much, much younger. But the system is rigged to give money to people who have money, and they don't have to do anything for it. And that is the problem: is you are left fighting for what's left of it. And it's just the way it works. So how
Yeah,
do you
and
beat that
once
system? You have to play their game.
yeah, facts. You have to own the assets, but that's kind of why you can see 2 days ahead of what Trump does. The market knows. The market has never believed that this is going to be World War III. The market's told us the whole time that this is bounded escalation in order to engineer a crisis that the top will benefit from. And they never believed for a second there was going to be a Samson option, or we're going to World War III, or that China and America are in war with each other. The market didn't believe it the whole time. And because they know what's coming next. And when you're someone like BlackRock and all the asset managers around the world are using your technologies to scenario plan and your AI, they're all working from the same data, and you got the best data. And so you control the markets. And if you control the markets and you know before everyone else, then you rig the markets in your favor. So you end up with all the capital. It's a game of Monopoly. And someone ends up with all the real estate structurally. It's how it's designed. And no one's bigger than the whole Monopoly board.
I 100% agree with you, and I understand what you're saying. I understand the system. I've been in the system. I have found Bitcoin, and I invest in markets. So I understand the fiat currency. I understand the banks are all sham and all of that. But the only question I have from you is that if we go with your scenario, we kind of become completely impartial in what's happening in the world. Like, we are now saying that Iran and Dubai and all of these people are in it together, and they are doing this theater for us for to scam more money from middle class. And so why are we here? So why are we listening to Suleiman, for example? I don't believe in that, though. I believe there is good in the world, and I think this.
Wait. What do you mean? Why you listen to Suleiman? You should be listening to
No,
Suleiman.
of course, I'm listening to you, Suleiman. I'm
What?
supporting you. I really love your space. But I'm saying that I personally believe that this war is a war of good against evil. But when Simon paint this picture that Iran is as much in it as Dubai is, as America is, as BlackRock is, as everyone in, and all of them are working to pull the rug from the middle class, which I honestly kind of believe too. I don't understand how we can differentiate our humanity, our resistance, that we are all here trying to speak for the Lebanon, for Palestine. How are we then, if we believe everyone is in there just to completely strip us from all the assets we have, then are us being on this space is under question mark, isn't it?
I don't think so, Gigi. And I know you're asking Simon that question, but let me just tell you. So, when the Iran war first started, right, I actually thought the same as you, that it is about resistance and Israel was going to get bish bash boshed and all of this. And then I realized that actually, you know what? Iran's not bish bashing Bush Israel. They stopped. They were very strategic in their targets and then they stopped. And now they're negotiating even in an American blockade. So I do believe what Simon says, and I have done, and which is why Suleiman he thinks he excommunicated me from the moral resistance. I am still the moral resistance. Let me tell you, don't listen to him. We are the moral resistance, Andrew and I are. And a lot of people have started thinking what you say, Gigi, you know, with your mind, it all makes sense. With your heart, you're conflicted. This doesn't mean that Iran is on the same level as Israel. No way. Iran has never done that level of terrorism. It's never gone out there and done anything like that. Just call this, I think of this as some sort of an economic arrangement where Iran actually gets something at the end of it, and Iran is doing these people that are now negotiating, whoever they are, with Trump and whoever else, and you know who are in this, they're doing something that's going to benefit them and Iran. And that's all it is, because right now, in Lebanon, there's still bombings and killings every day. And whilst we're getting statements in writing about the resistance in Lebanon, Iran's still negotiating. Iran's not hitting Israel. So I don't believe to look at words on paper. I believe to look at what's happening. And it's going to upset a lot of people. But I do think that Lebanon's been left to it. Because tell me where Iran is doing anything to support Lebanon right about now.
I'm puzzled. They are not doing nothing, I guess. I don't know. I'm not in Iran. I was hoping that they would do it, but I'm puzzled.
What can they do? What would you be your expectation for a fair support level right now?
For me, Cyrus, I mean, I don't really have, there are people who come up here and they believe in this situation right now, by the statements that Iran is giving out, they haven't let go of support for Lebanon because they're still saying it's going to be part of their quote unquote negotiation, part of their agreement. But then in my mind, I think, okay, if they haven't let go because they're giving out statements, words on paper, but yet Lebanon's being bombed every day, Lebanon's being turned into Gaza. How long are you going to give these statements out for before you take action? What does that action look like? They could have carried on bish bashing, boshing Israel. Israel is the person that's attacking Lebanon right now, but they haven't.
Yeah, the issue is, Beatrix, Hezbollah is fighting a guerrilla war, so it's not like they have concentrations of Israeli soldiers that point weapons can hit, right? So the kind of missiles Iran has that reaches Israel, they can hit within, let's say, 100 meters, right? They're still devastating, but it's not effective for that kind of warfare. Also, Iran funded Hezbollah for decades, and in the last 10 years,
I know
they've equipped
that,
them.
but
No,
I'm talking
no, I
about
get it,
right
but
now.
I
I know,
understand what you're saying, Beatrix,
yeah,
totally, and
right
it's
now. Look, it doesn't matter. Like they're not doing
no,
anything.
but I'm
So
saying,
even if their
but my point,
missiles,
if you let me
mm,
finish this part of it, it's they wouldn't there, and Hezbollah is being very successful right now. All of the indications are you see Israel silent; they're not claiming any big wins. They are, Israel's hurting, and Hezbollah is doing a damn good job, like they did in 2006 from a tactics level. So that didn't come out of nowhere. The support was given when it was needed, which is the training with all these advanced weapons, the tactics, and Iran provided that for decades. I mean, it takes time to develop these skills. It doesn't happen
How
overnight.
is Israel hurting?
I mean, like they've lost, they've immobilized at least 100 tanks.
The
They've
stock
lost so many
market,
soldiers.
the Israeli stock market's at all-time high. The Israeli
But what does that
shekel
have to
is
do with the
20.
situation on the ground? That's
Oh,
the economy.
let me tell you. Well, exactly same shit as America, right? The rich are getting richer, while the people are being sacrificed. That's the same shit that's happening in Israel. So the Israeli shekel is up 20% on the dollar. The stock market's at new all-time high. They're privatizing so many of the national assets, energy, defense, doing IPOs. The reason that the Israeli shekel is going up is because they're getting foreign direct investment. That foreign direct investment is from those that want to acquire as many of the assets from Israel. And it's mainly the Gulf countries, and it's mainly Western finance. And so if you look at the ports, they're basically now controlled by India, 70% owned by Indian interests, Chinese interests. You really think that China is looking for Israel to be wiped out? No, they're repackaging it. And that's why they don't want Hezbollah there anymore, because the need for the resistance in the powers' mind is no longer needed. So they'll just let Hezbollah and Israel grow at it. There's no rescue package. They'll tell you that they are, but that's a different path. And what is Iran negotiating? They're negotiating ports, oil, what they're meant to be doing, the interest of the country in terms of GDP. They're not spending money on resistance at this stage because they've had to negotiate the end of resistance.
They're not going to do that. You'll see in the next year as this rolls out. Iran will never give up Hezbollah. You know, they may limit their support for Houthis. I think their support of Hamas is, you know, material support is finished just because of where the situation in Gaza is. I mean, they're going a different route. But my main comeback to that is that Hezbollah and Israel have been going at each other's throats since the early 80s, since 82, in a big way, through up markets, through down
How much
markets.
money did American military make out of that?
Yeah, but their wins and losses aren't measured in money. This is a real war against two people that can't stand each other. I mean, it goes way beyond that. If you knew the level of
How much
the
money did the American military make out of all this hate between these countries?
American military makes the industrial complex makes money all the time. You know what I mean? So yeah, of course, our interest. If so, I mean, you're moving the goalpost a bit, because if America in general wanted peace and stability, we would have achieved it. And certainly, they make money from warfare.
You
We
said
agree.
America needs peace and stability. They
No, no,
profit from war.
no, I didn't say they need peace. If America wanted peace and stability, if that was our desire, we would achieve it, right? So warfare benefits the military-industrial complex. We agree on that. I'm talking specifically about Hezbollah and Israel. This is not some ploy to make money. So I mean, this is a real thing. They
So
hate
who?
each other,
So who
and
then? I'm not.
Israel.
So,
You know what
so
Israel
who?
wants more than money is territory. They're trying to take territory from Lebanon, just like they took the Golan Heights, just like they've done it multiple times. So I mean, this is more than just a money scheme. I just can't.
What do they want that territory for?
I mean, expansionism, the same reason that Hitler wanted Lebensraum, living space.
Because it creates the justification for war and it allows you to get to negotiate with your neighbors.
There's no negotiation. They took the Golan
What
Heights with the
happened
help
with
of Trump.
Jordan? What happened with
No,
Jordan and Egypt previously when they acquired land and negotiate? They took the land and negotiated normalization. Can you not see
they
that
get.
that's what they're trying to do?
Yeah, they gave the desert land back, but the Golan Heights, one of the most valuable water resources, they took it, they annexed it, and Trump ratified it for them. So it's over. So they want to expand. It's not a negotiation chip. They've taken land, annexed it. The Golan Heights is extremely valuable, both strategically because of its high ground, from a military standpoint, more importantly, water resources. So this goes way beyond that. They're trying to take land. They're stealing land, just like
Yeah, but what
they
do they
ethnic,
want land for? That's what I'm
just
saying.
like the
Work through the
I mean.
logic.
Do you not see the rhetoric coming from the Israeli public, from all
Don't
walks of
listen to
life?
the public.
They,
They're as
no,
stupid as the public in America and UK that think it's about
they,
something else.
hey, they destroyed 80% of Gaza with every intention of killing and pushing all of the civilians out. The public are cheering for it, and they can't wait to go live in that land and build some nice Israeli houses, some nice high rises, beachfront. So this is all about territory. There's nothing you can tell me to
That sounds
convince me
like money
otherwise.
to me. That sounds like people trying to serve their own interests and get some
You
real
can,
estate.
yeah, you can have money but not have a living space. This is they would prefer to make zero money and take that land. They want that land.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Well, the
Cyrus,
people don't matter anyway.
yeah, but Cyrus, ultimately, what Simon's saying, it always comes down to money. It always does. Money is always comes down to bottom line.
But I agreed with that. I said the military-industrial complex wants perpetual war. I agree that in the general sense, but I'm specifically talking about Israel. Israel does not behave like the military-industrial complex. They're out for blood. They want to
Come
ethnically
on,
They're
look
cleanse.
at
driven
what
They
by
want
it.
to
look
ethnically
at throughout
cleanse.
this war.
They want to. They want to.
What are the highest performing stocks in Israel as a result of this war? They're selling weapons like troopers. You think they care about the Israeli people? You think they give a shit about them? You think this is something else? Like, just look at the markets. It tells you the whole story. It's the same shit that happens in America. You steal from the people and you hand over to the military companies, the banks, the financial institutions, And while you privatize it, and now BlackRock owns most of Israel and the ETFs now. And so BlackRock can decide the future of Israel as it can decide the future of UK, as it can decide the future of America. And they can manage that portfolio. And who did they partner with? All of the sovereign wealth funds and China, the biggest one being China.
Yeah, the BlackRock elites and the Rothschild type, the Warburg
It's not
types. I mean,
Rothschilds. Rothschild is barely a shareholder in BlackRock.
no, but it's part of their extension, and that's the Rothschild you see. That's the head of the creature that's popping out of the water. There's a huge mass under it. It's their establishment. The Rothschild system, right? So whoever is at the head of it.
Show me
And they
which shareholding Rothschild owns the whole system.
and they precede Israel. By the way, they're the same to me. They're the same class. They're the elite Jewish supremacist elite, right? So to me, it's the same, right? They don't even represent the Jewish people. I agree with you. They care little about the Jewish people. 100%. They're secular. They're demonic. We agree on a lot, Simon. Don't think we're disagreeing. I'm just splitting hairs about
Yeah.
Israel's
Just from
war.
my perspective, like if you think that Iran's gonna support Hezbollah from here, and Hezbollah's gonna take over and save the Lebanese people, or they're gonna have a resistance against Israel, like it ain't gonna happen, man.
But I think you misunderstand Hezbollah's intention. If they wanted to take over, and I've spoken with a few experts, I've actually been learning a lot more about Lebanon recently. I knew some general stuff, but I've been really diving deep. And Hezbollah, if they would have had multiple opportunities to take over the entire country, the Lebanese army can't stop them. They don't have the training tactics. I
I'm
mean,
not
they
saying
would
they're trying to take over, but what I'm saying is at the point that resistance is no longer needed, which is, I think, just around the corner, and it's going to be marked by the moment that Saudi Arabia and Israel normalize, and they're going to normalize once the border peace has decided how much money they're going to take from the Gulf countries, and Palestine will be a state funded by the Gulf countries. And at that point, as it is right now, the Hezbollah resistance is no longer needed, and they'll just go on their own track, just like the Houthis, where they'll end up signing a deal locally.
Sadly, that's an optimistic outlook. I wish that a Gulf controlled, a GCC, or Saudi controlled a buildup of Gaza and the West Bank. I mean, as much as that, yeah, that's still not ideal. Obviously, you want them to self-determine. Like Israel won't even allow them to have a two-state solution. They have no intention. They're really vile.
Saudi,
Israel won't let them.
In my prediction, Saudi will eventually normalize. There will be a two-state solution, and it will be most likely via the border peace, and it will be funded by the Gulf countries.
That's actually not, as given this, what happened in Gaza, just for the Palestinians to get a chance to breathe and get some money funded into them, to me, anything that stops the bloodshed is a good outcome, especially a two-state solution that goes back to the 1967 borders. But if you look at a map of settlements in the West Bank and the rate of expansion from 1995 till now, you will start questioning their intention to do that. They're not gonna take all those
Israel
settlements
doesn't
out.
have any say. You can just look at the pivot in their strategy. They're not on top of the chain. They're just there to make a bunch of money for a bunch of billionaires that own stocks in Israel and own stocks in America, and they will use Israel for as long as it's useful. And right now, the whole thing's being privatized. You can see it in every deal they're doing.
So you expect them
Simon,
to clear out all those all the West Bank settlements. So when this deal is reached, whenever that is, right? Let's say in the next 5 years, you think Israel will empty all those settlements, the West Bank in its entirety, and the Gaza in its entirety.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I've from day one believed that there's going to be a Palestinian state. That's the cause that I started here for, and I still believe from all my analysis that that's still going to happen.
Right, but my question was
Just
something
before
else.
I
Go
come
ahead,
to you,
Gigi.
Gigi, Cyrus, I wanted to come back to you on something you said earlier when I was speaking. You said Israel's got victory in Lebanon and stuff. Suleiman did a video the other day, and he did something on Substack. You should go and have a look at it.
I didn't say Israel had victory in Lebanon. When did I say they had victory?
You said they're winning.
No,
you said
they're losing. I said Israel is losing. I said Israel is having a really tough time. Lebanon.
Hezbollah's winning. Yeah, but let me tell you something. If you go and have a look on what Suleiman, yes, sorry, you did say that about Hezbollah. When you go and have a look, Lebanon is being turned into Gaza as we speak. It's being decimated. The death count is through the roof. Entire villages have been destroyed. You'll hardly find any coverage of it. I've not seen any Iranian leader tweet about it at all. I've not seen anybody, any of these people, tweet about it. Israel is bombing Lebanon to smithereens right now. Hezbollah, yes, on the ground. If it was only like you called it a guerrilla warfare. That's what you said. If it was only a ground operation, sure. You know what? They can take out the Merkava tanks. They can do all of this. They've done it before. But that's not what Israel's playing at. Israel's bombing it from the skies. And Hezbollah doesn't have that capability. So we have to be really honest with ourselves. Ideologically, yeah, of course, we're all rooting for the resistance. We've all been here for over 3 years. You know, we went through and supported all the resistance factions because we wanted the genocide to end and all of that. And we know who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. But let's have a degree of honesty here. Let's not glorify this. Lebanon is being decimated.
Yeah, but there's like three different components to that. So like what Cyrus is trying to say is that Hezbollah is a guerrilla outfit, and if you look at any form of guerrilla war throughout history, unfortunately the way guerrilla war works is you're gonna take a lot of hits because they don't have an army. Lebanon don't have an army. And so what you have to do is tactically choose in what areas, what places, what positions you're going to defend. If you spread yourself thin, you will lose. And so Israel's bombing from the air and murdering civilians. This is what they do. They did the same thing in Iran. Israel's invading certain towns where there isn't no Hezbollah and then going and demolishing those homes. But if Hezbollah was to go there, they'd be spread thin. Now let's take Iran. What can Iran do in this situation? So Iran can bomb Israel, but that won't change the situation in the ground invasion. The ground invasion is going to go exactly how it goes because that's two different positions or two different personnel. So yeah, Iran could bomb Israel. That would restart the war again, and you're back into the same spot. But tactically speaking, what's the right move to make is you would negotiate. Maybe the negotiation does come to a deal, and you end up getting. One thing is that they've always said in every single one of their statements, every single one of the conditions, that Lebanon needs to be included. So I just can't see what else Iran could do right now other than bomb Israel, restart the war, get America involved, get America to start bombing them. They get, obviously you're back in the war, and then there's no chance for an end at all. So other than completely, and the problem you have is like destroying Israel. What does that mean? Because the issue is that you're dealing with the people who aren't evil. Like you can't, on the one hand, we can't complain about the evil, horrific, horrendous nature of, for example, the Americans and the Israelis will just murder kids. And then when the other side doesn't do it, you're like, why are you all not destroying Israel? So like, for example, everyone was, pointing out that video of an atomic bomb hitting Israel. And obviously, I didn't put it out because I felt like actually I wouldn't want everyone to die. I want them to leave. I want them to give the land back to Palestinians, but I don't want every single person to be murdered. Like,
But nobody advocated for that, Suleiman. We didn't advocate for that. I don't want innocent civilians to die. I'm not suggesting at all that Iran should do that.
no, because
But there's a lot of bases.
That why don't they just obliterate Israel? But I'm saying that's not the way they fight.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you should.
No, I know
what I
that.
think is happening is I personally believe that the Iran-US negotiation is on a different track to the US-Israel-Lebanon negotiation. And I think whenever Israel just goes nuts at civilian targets, it's because they're trying to inspire a reaction from Hezbollah. And so they'll get their reaction, and Iran will leave them to, go on that track. And it will probably go on for a much longer time than the Iran Strait of Hormuz one. I think the Iran Strait of Hormuz US one is a global reset, and it is about the strait being closed. And at the end of it, there will be something that's a path to sanction relief and oil pricing and all of that stuff. But I don't think Iran's there. Iran needs to maintain narrative.
But even according to your position, right, Simon, you believe that. I'm sure you believed, and I'm sure you said it, that Lebanon would be included in the deal, right? There would be there'd be no. I think you said there would be no like resistance
No,
groups?
everyone got upset with me because I said Iran has not included Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is going to be sacrificed.
Oh,
No, didn't
okay.
they
Okay.
just
I
put a
thought you said
state?
that they would include Lebanon in the deal. Oh, you said Hezbollah they
Yeah,
sacrificed.
that's when like Hoss and
No,
everyone
no. I
got
remember that
really
you said that
upset with me.
recently. I remember that recently you said that for sure. I meant before that, but okay, that's fine. That's cool. I meant
I think
before.
it's
Guys,
this is about the elimination or integration of all allies slash proxies, whatever you want to call them.
No, but that's two different
is
things though, Simon. One's elimination, one's integration. So I'm saying your integration point is completely opposite to an elimination point. You do get that, right? Like elimination is you working with Israel to take out Hezbollah. So one point is Iran's working with Israel and the US and they have an agreement, and the aim is to kill Hezbollah. The other one is you have Hezbollah integration, which is you have Hezbollah as part of an agreement, like in the sense of wherever holistic end of the goal agreement is, to say that actually now that there's peace in Lebanon, Hezbollah is now going to be part of the government and they're going to be like managing things, and that's integration. Those two things are like diametrically opposite.
Yeah, I mean, basically, what I think happened in Gaza. You basically have a war. You create a set of circumstances, i.e., do civilian targets. Then you get a reaction from Hezbollah, and then you continue creating devastation. And you go on a negotiation track, which is completely independent of the Iran negotiation track and sanction relief and all that type of stuff. And then when there is leadership that no longer would be on board with the deal, then you do decapitation campaigns. And then eventually you get to a set of circumstances where Hezbollah is integrated into the Lebanese political and military system. But it will go on its own track, and it will probably coincide with leading up to the elections in Israel in October and November time. And there'll be some kind of regime change, and maybe they'll extend it. But obviously Israel will try and hold on to war with Lebanon. But I don't think the strait's going to be closed for that whole time. I think the strait and the track to sanction relief and Strait of Hormuz open is not going to have anything to do with Lebanon, anything to do with
So
Gaza.
you think the deal's not going to have Lebanon in it, basically?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Not possible.
Naftali Bennett, he's been saying that he believes that Netanyahu is acting too soft in Gaza. So the both sides still want to in Hezbollah. So both sides want to continue what they're doing, right?
What does that mean? Sorry.
Naftali Bennett,
Yes.
he came out. It's a slightly different point, to be honest. But Naftali Bennett came out and said that he felt like Netanyahu was acting too soft in Gaza, and that and he's the opposition.
Yeah, my suspicion, and we'll learn more about it. But again, I don't listen to what anyone says. But I think Bennett might be the GCC guy in Israel that will allow for a two-state solution, even though he obviously needs to maintain rhetoric throughout the political process. But I have a suspicion that he may be the chosen one
Well, he's
that will
definitely going to
eventually.
win. He's guaranteed to win because him and Yair Lapid basically joined forces. So
Okay,
they're best.
so
It's like, I mean, I haven't got a percentage, but if I had to guess, like 90% chance he's going to win.
so my guess is that he'll be the one that eventually gets the Saudi normalization in exchange for a Palestinian state and a two-state solution at some point.
Will that include
He'll follow the life of Rabin.
G?
He'll follow the life of Rabin if he ever does that.
You think he'll get assassinated,
Yeah.
basically, Jonah, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because Israelis back then, it was a small portion. Well, not small, to be honest, but anywhere from 35 to 40% that were considered more radical. Today, you have 65% of the population that say, if it was a genocide, we'd still support it. You have a much more extreme radicalization in Israel than you've ever had. If someone goes there and goes, oh, we're going to do a peace deal, you don't think they're going to do to him what they did to Rabin? They killed Rabin as soon as he was even close to signing a peace deal, because Bush Sr. had pressured him to have to sign that peace deal because Israel was bankrupt, right? What did they do? They got the money and then they killed Rabin before he could sign the peace deal.
Yeah, but Jonah, there's like, if you look at Israel now, I was reading just a few days ago that literally there's entire towns that are just empty. People have fled. They're not Iranians. They
Thing
don't
is,
have a backbone. They're
it's
not going
not
to
that.
stay. So who's
It's
there?
been happening, Beatrix. This isn't a new thing. This whole war has actually helped Israel in terms of population until now, right? Because if you look for the past decade and a half, they've been having a net loss every year from people moving to Israel. Um, so they've had this problem for a while. The young people don't want to go back for not at the quantities that they used to. Um, People are becoming more secular. They don't care. I do feel like more Jews in America feel safe. Maybe not right now because there is a rise in anti-Semitism, but for the most part, they do feel safe. And a lot of them in U.S., over 60% of them feel like this is the fault of Netanyahu. They don't support Netanyahu. They don't support the government. Um, so it's not having the effect I think they thought it would have. But a lot of people have signed up for the IDF, gone back over, blah blah blah. So it's actually helped,
Um,
except for
yeah, but
now.
Joe, I don't listen. Even before the genocide started, there were mass protests against Netanyahu. They've just gone tenfold since genocide, right? Number one. Number two, they've had to import Indians, people from India who've just been like newfound Jews and stuff. They've got a population problem.
Goodness gracious, I didn't know that.
But sir,
Yeah, they have.
where is the wall?
Yeah, I didn't know that they were bringing in Indians, but it makes sense. They are losing nets. It's a net loss for them, and it has been for a little while now. And now I want to see that. And the only reason why I know this is about a month ago when this whole thing started. I started looking at, are people actually leaving Israel, and they are, although they're trying to hide it. But they are leaving Israel. I just don't know if they go back or
Exactly.
not.
So that's what I'm saying. So if they're leaving Israel and Israelis are actually importing Indians, they imported
But who
200
do you think's
and then
staying,
they said
Beatrice?
we're going
It's
to
even the more I just think it gets more radical.
No, but listen, if they're Indians, right? Let me tell you something about Indians. They've got the same Zionist, they've got Sikh mentality, these ones, right? That have gone to Israel as Jews. They'll have the same Zionist mindset, but they worship the white man, right? They've still got that colonialist mindset. If a white man says something to them, even if it's wrong, they'll obey. They imported 200 and they said we're going to import 1,500 every month because we're finding Jews living in India that we didn't know about, so we're going to import them into Israel. So if you look at the population of Israel, it's changing, and a lot of those and the protests against Netanyahu were huge. I agree with you, but then you know what, there is a young generation in Israel, okay, not in the masses, in a minority, albeit, but they were against the genocide. They're the people that used to go onto the front line of Gaza and fight, literally fight physically with those people that were trying to stop getting the aid in. Some of them, I think
But
Suleiman might have even
Beatrix,
interviewed one or two of them.
do you remember Eastern Voices or Voices from the East or whatever her name was?
Yeah,
She
Yeah,
came on here
Suleiman's
before.
co-host,
she's
that
BJ
crazy
from
mental
Silicon.
chick.
Yeah, look, I liked her in the beginning because she was one of those people that used to go and fight against what was happening, blah, blah. She was part of like actually doing organizations to help Palestinian and Jews get together and things
He
like
never
that.
was.
Well, after this started, I believe she was because there's actual pictures of her at those NGOs and things of that nature.
Probably spying, Joa. She never was.
I think she became radicalized, especially she started posting pictures about, oh, this is just, look, they're posting pictures of a kid. It's just a doll. They really didn't die. And like over and over and over, she would do that. I think she became a disgusting human being, but that's not who not who she was. And I know someone else that was like almost like a radical leftist Israeli who moved away, went to Netherlands, and he's like, look, I'm the leftist. I'm the guy that's against this. And right now, like, I'm for it. right? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, we need to do something, and there's nothing left to do. That's all we can do is go after and kill these people. Like, this is what's been ingrained in their heads, even the most left of them.
Yeah, but Joe, the problem is you're looking at it from a left and right paradigm. I'm saying it's not like that. Leftists were for the genocide. Voices of East was always Zionist, hardcore. I don't know how you fell for it, but she just
No,
played you, and
a
she was probably
Zionist
there
is
just
one thing. A
spying.
Zionist is one thing, right? But not. Look, I separate them, right? There's the ones that are like, hey, look, I want a homeland for my people. I feel connected there. Okay, right? But then there's the ones like, we must genocide Gaza, right? It's just on a different level. She wasn't that, and there was plenty of
Oh
those.
no, she was. What are you talking
She
about?
wasn't.
She
She
definitely
became
was.
that.
You know what it is? Well, the people I'm talking about, I'm not even saying they were left and that's why. I just think they had humanity in them. I don't even know who they supported, but they had humanity in them. Those prisoners that were first released in the first two batches, I'm convinced one of them, and I can't remember the guy's name, the very first one, the guy who was shaking hands with Hamas and stuff, him and his sister were released in the first batch. He went to protest. And I remember Suleiman and I posted him, identical, right? And we got community noted because Israeli media blanked it out saying it wasn't him. Like when he was released from Gaza, like these people that went out there and said we got great treatment and all of that. I don't know if the politics was left or right, but I just know that they had humanity in them. Whoever they supported in their country or didn't support, I don't know, but there is a generation and it is a minority who are very much against the genocide in Israel. And they were. There are journalists on here who've been arrested for literally
Yeah, I mean,
protesting,
look, you
for
have
trying to break
Emrose
the siege.
that's been on these spaces.
Oh, these are all your little Zio friends, Joa. Like, what's wrong
Emrose is
with you?
highly against it.
Yeah, and then she does some random talking points that are like very questionable, but don't mention it because she's not here, and then her crew will all come up here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? These are all your little. And anyway, it's you and your
My
WEF
little.
friends that are doing this. Your WEF, your World Economic friends,
I
who are
don't
literally
think
putting this
World
through the
Economic
mill.
Forum has anything to do with this. I went there to see for myself.
Oh
They were
my God,
talking about
Simon, you
batteries.
said it is. Don't let him get away with that, Simon.
Simon, Simon.
What's up?
WEF is where power brokers go to meet. Charles Schwab has, or whoever was there now, he has. He doesn't
That's what
have.
we call you now.
He
When
doesn't
we call you
have.
that now, Jonah.
He doesn't have power. Do you understand? Like, he is just a meeting organizer.
Yeah, he got regime changed. He was. They gave him all the rape claims and everything because he wasn't playing ball and replaced him with Larry Fink.
But there's nothing for him to play ball. He was just a bit of extremist, and people are like, "Look at this nut job," right? But that guy is just like whoever's in that position. They're just the guy that lay out the place for the power brokers to meet, right? Like
No, I do agree.
Trump went
It's a
there.
forum for that. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a forum.
for
He has no power.
communicating and signaling for the powers above. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they meet in meeting rooms underneath the hotels, from what I'm told, in that area. And Trump might meet G or whatever may happen, and they have their talks and things happen there. But it's not because the leader of the World Economic Forum is making it happen. Do you know what
No,
I
yeah,
mean?
he's a power broker. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a power broker. He's not the guy with the power.
We've got some super chats here. One says, love your space and YouTube, Sully. I'm on there all the time. Quick question. We're not seeing any major escalation or negotiated compromise. Then where is the war leading towards? I mean, I agree with Simon. I don't agree with the only bit I don't agree with is that Iran's involved. The rest of it I agree with it. I think this is in their interest to keep this kind of chokehold on, and Iran's in a kind of complex situation where my position on this. I think they shouldn't just play defensive war, but they believe in defensive war, and so they're not going to attack until they're attacked. The Cool says, when the Sahaba conquered the east and the west, they did so They did it so Allah can be worshipped. Today we're pathetically just looking for material gains. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Was there anything you guys wanted to add? If not, we'll go to Beatrice. Were you going to add something?
No, I'm just getting over the fact that Joa says the World Economic Forum is not involved in this in any way. I'm just trying to reel from that fact.
Simon just agreed that they're power brokers, not the ones with power.
You said they're not involved in any way, Jonah.
I didn't say in any way.
Dark's got
I
you
literally
right.
just laid
Dark
out.
side has got your card marked.
I've just
He
literally
gets you.
laid
Hold
out
on, there
exactly how it
there are
works.
powerful people. Are you talking about Klaus Schwab? Yeah, you're just talking about the organizers.
No, he said, because I said it's your people, Joa, World Economic Forum, that are behind all of this that's happening to us. And he said the World Economic Forum are no part of this. They're not involved. That's what he said. He said, I went there to see it.
This is
That's
not
what
what
he
I
said.
The
said.
World Economic Forum wants the strait closed.
The World Economic Forum doesn't make any decisions. They broker power because they put certain people together. I don't think who in the World Economic Forum is making decisions, Simon.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's just a platform for power.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's like the Soho House or whatever for
Don't come here and defend the
the
World
presidents.
Economic Forum, Jonah. No one buying your propaganda here.
Beatrix, it's just do you understand? It's just a place. It's like your local Starbucks for global presidents. That's all it is.
Yeah, but if I was letting Netanyahu and Trump have meetings to strategize on the Strait of Hormuz exclusively in my Starbucks, I'm complicit, Jonah.
Okay,
I'm not
but is
innocent. Don't come here and defend your
making the
friends.
decision then?
I'm complicit, Jonah. It's called complicity. Do you get me?
Mm-hmm. I get you.
Sully, can I address the super chat? So the answer to that question is Trump is trying to buy time, right? So, and there is an hourglass we're working in. I think there is a cliff edge. There's a precipice that if we push past that, Asia will slip into a recession, and the longer they hold it, it will trickle down to Europe and the United States. Even an Asian recession is not acceptable, as Simon mentioned, inflationary pressures, and Trump is running on saving the economy, lowering inflation. That was a big topic a couple years ago. And now the most in public opinion polls, the number one issue to most Americans is the economy. So Trump does want to leave a
Hold
legacy.
on. Do you think Trump cares about the people? He cares about the stock market, which is kicking ass. He cares about the top companies that should benefit from the strait being closed. But you think he cares about what the people are paying higher prices and going bankrupt and can't afford shit?
Yeah, but the stock market won't continue to do well if this blockade continues for more than a couple more weeks,
Why?
maybe a month.
Why?
Because
That's where
look
the
at
bounded is. If you go too high, it won't do well. But it's bounded.
I'll give you a clear example of one industry, the downstream petroleum industry, like India's petroleum refineries. It's one of the biggest ones in Asia. It's a big part of their economy, and their break-even point to even make a penny, it's $80 per barrel.
And how does Chevron, Exxon, Golden Pass, and Cheniere Energy care about that?
I'm talking about the Asian economies kind of has a
Yeah, but
trickle down
what I'm
effect.
saying
But
is
I'm
you're
naming,
talking about
but I'm
Trump. He
naming,
cares about the U.S. stock market.
right. So if the Asian economies, starting with the main ones like India, South Korea, Japan, if they falter, if they go into this steep recession, we're going to feel it. We have a hollowed
No,
industrial base.
they just go get
Cyrus.
some energy from either Iran or American corporate interest or Russia,
Hey,
and
so
they're
the
fine.
good point. So the good thing is this, right? We're about to find out in about 3 weeks to 6 weeks, right? So we're gonna see how, because Trump is
I
gonna.
think you don't even need to wait that long. Honestly, the longer this is closed, is it more likely or less likely that U.S. will have to print money? Do QE.
The longer it goes, they have to print money and
Exactly.
do
Which is what they
bailouts, all
want.
this stuff.
Which is what they want.
But it's
There's a
inflationary. It's inflationary.
but there's a direct correlation to values in real estate and values in the stock market to the amount of money that gets printed. A direct correlation. It is the number one
Trump
correlation.
wants to print money. It's the fiscal dominant strategy. He wants. This is what the top companies want. This disaster. That's why we're calling it a WEF agenda.
So I'm saying, so we're gonna luckily, unless I get banished from Solheim space within that time, I think in 6 weeks we're gonna know. So I was just answering the super chat. This is buying time. They're trying to buy time. There's a time limit. Trump cannot let the Asian economies go under. That's my position. It's not something. He's not going to create an artificial crisis that crashes the world economy. That's just too outlandish. And
You
we're gonna
think
find
Trump's in
out.
charge? You think Trump's making these decisions?
Whoever, like he's the man at the helm, right? He's the representative. He's the
Yeah, but
agent,
it's the
right?
companies. If you're talking about big oil, big tech, the financial institutions, they're
The
kicking
decision
ass.
maker,
They're
right?
loving this. They're loving
Okay,
this.
but I'm saying we'll know, right? We'll know soon because if you just look at the VIX index, I mean, the volatility. Just
The
watch it
VIX
every
index
day.
is 18. It's the low. It's
And I
shit. No one gives a damn.
you keep an eye on it. It's gonna go. It's gonna be if this pushes past the month, it's gonna be near 25 to 30, which is pretty
Yeah, but
high.
that's how you know it's a real war. Once it goes into like 30 or above or 50, and then you get gold going up, and then you get yields going above 5%, and you get oil breaking out, then the market agrees with you. At the moment, the market doesn't give two shits. They're loving it.
That's why it's a prediction, and we're making speculation. So as watch it go up as we every day, and as we get closer to that 1 month mark, it's going to go up more in a more steep approach. But either way, I
Sorry,
hope that
which are you
the
talking about?
VIX,
VIX.
I'm talking the VIX, yeah. So you'll see volatility
So
go up.
your number one parameter is volatility.
It's not. I mean, you're going to see and shortly after that, if it continues, the markets are going to crash. All the pricing right now, this exceptional performance you're speaking to,
How does the market
is
crash
no.
if
But let
you
me
get
finish.
money printing?
But hear me out. So all this success, the high markets are baked in. The price of oil is baked in. They're expecting this thing to resolve in the next month. If that doesn't happen, you're
No,
all the top oil.
I agree with you. My position is that there is a deal and there's bounded escalation. But right now, I think I agree with you actually on the time frame. Maybe there's another month, but everybody wants the straight close. There's no scared. No one's scared here right now. Everyone that controls the straight is happy with the straight close because they're
Yeah,
benefiting
so,
from it.
so, so your case would predicate on a deal being reached. So for me, the our point of difference
Yeah,
is
that's
they're
always
going to
been
be
my position. Yeah,
right. So, and I hope for that. By the way, I hope they make a deal. That would be tremendous. I would, man. I'll send you a very nice bottle of champagne if that happens. So,
I don't drink.
so that
He
being
doesn't drink alcohol, Cyrus. Not everybody drinks alcohol,
not
Cyrus.
everyone's coffer. But but what was I going to say? So that being
Not
said,
everybody's a what?
coffer. What do you
Coffer.
say? Some
What's a
coffer. What do you say?
what's a
So
coffer?
a non-believer, someone who drinks alcohol, so
Oh.
a bad person like me. But what was I going to say? So that being said,
Oh,
uh,
coffer. I thought it's a coffer. Okay, now I know what you're saying.
isn't it? I don't know the pronunciation. I'm sorry. So
I
I
was
might
Haram.
butcher.
thinking, is there a word in the English dictionary that I'm unaware of, and it's the first time I'm hearing it at this old age? I was like, what's a
Yeah.
coffer? Damn. Okay, now I get it. Okay.
Yeah. So our point of difference is that I think this is the U.S. because of the Israeli pressure, all the stuff you pointed out to, and the others in the space. APAC won't allow this to happen. They don't want Iran and the US to make up. The moment that happens, exactly what you said, over time, Hezbollah will integrate, which is an awesome outcome because that will be indicative of a true peace being reached where Israel doesn't encroach on other people's land and slaughter their civilians, right? Until until Hezbollah feels 100% safe, that's a fact, they're not going to give up any of their arms. And in fact, they never will give up their arms. They'll integrate into this. So we all want that, right? And that is a very important byproduct. So all your analysis is on point. If this goes down, I mean, this is spot on, right? And they
Yeah,
made their
I
money
think
with
they're
it.
on different tracks though. I think the Iran one. I think the Iran one is what opens the strait, which won't have anything to do with Lebanon, and that will be like, okay, here's our deal, and then we need another 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and then it will be like extended parameter, but the strait will most likely be open. And then the Lebanon negotiations, I think they that war needs to carry on into the political process, and I think it becomes a political tool in the Israeli election, and so that might carry on until October, November. Then the new leadership comes in, and then maybe 3 months after that, it moves into a normalization track with Saudi that leads to whatever the border peace and GCC two-state solution at some point next year. I think that's the timeline, but there's no way we can have the Strait of Hormuz closed for that. that whole
That's
time.
yeah. You're a very astute analyst because all of the the small data that's out there that most people overlook indicates that so most people try to paint a rosy image. So I'm really glad we agree on the fundamentals of the both the energy markets and how they translate to the stock market. However, I think they're going to achieve avoiding the crash and
It's
going
the
over the
bond market
precipice
they care. Trump
but
cares
by
about the bond market. The stock
but
market will go up as long as the Fed can
right, as
buy
long as they
bonds.
end the blockade, unless no matter what, the blockade must end in a
No,
month. Otherwise,
they only need the Fed to buy bonds, and stocks will go up. As long as the Fed can buy bonds, then you can have a disaster to get there.
yeah. So you're saying if they don't open the blockade for 6 months, stocks are going to go up? Is that what you're telling me?
As long as you can print and the Fed can buy bonds, then they'll put it right back in the stocks.
Yeah, but the M1 and M2, when that money supply spikes, everyone's going to notice, and it's going to be inflation coming down the pipe. It's a zero-sum game. You're not going to just print your way out of
Inflation
that.
will be offset by
And
But that's
AI,
why assets go
robotics.
up.
Yeah, and
That's why assets go up.
exactly.
there's a, I mean, that is, I mean, you guys are the ones who are saying all this, artificial banking and all this, the whole scam they got going on, and yet you'll buy into, printing money. It's like for me, that's
I
not
don't
a.
buy it. It's not ideological. It's what they're gonna
It's
do.
not. Yeah, it's so you put. Look, Cyrus, do I agree with it? No, I much rather the world not have fiat. But if that's the world we're in, I'm not going to go play tic tac toe while everyone else is playing Monopoly. Like it doesn't make sense, and that's why I've been on these spaces. And I keep saying, stop trying to fix the government. Worry about how to fix yourself. And that's the only reason why I'm on the space, and to try to bring on light about injustices done to children. Those are the only two reasons. When money gets printed, and a lot will be printed because we are not going to have the bond buyers that we're going to need, so the Fed's going to have to print money. Prices are going to go up. If you just look at real estate versus inflation price, and you look at the chart, you'll see that most real estate has only been an adjustment in inflation. It's not because values of homes gone up. It just homes have adjusted for inflation. So if your home went from 100 to today a million, 100 back in 2000 to today a million, guess what? That's how much inflation there was in the
Yeah,
market.
you're floating exactly. You're just
But
you're
Just
going up
if
into
they
the
floating.
don't
sky.
do that,
Forget it.
you're saying that Trump will choose the American people over the asset holder. Never going to happen. It will
Right.
always
So,
choose the
but
asset holder over the Americans.
to condense the conversation, let's just make our prediction. So my prediction is they're going to open up the blockade within a month, and it's going to be mutually agreed upon. Both sides will
Wait, you
take
said
the
May
off ramp.
15th. Why are you extending your deadline?
I said third week of May, so I'd say at the maximum a month. But I would say, in light of
What's
what's
the third
happened
week now?
recently, I mean, give me a week. Hey, I
It's
don't
a
have a,
floating prediction, Suleiman.
I don't have
He
a,
said it's a floating prediction.
I
It
don't,
could
and
be
I don't.
May, could be June,
That's not true. I'm
may
going
even
by a
be
week.
July, according
I
to
said
Cyrus. It's
first of all, this
floating.
is a recorded space. I said third week of May, so now I'm pushing it, giving myself a little. But good to catch me. You
I
guys are,
swear I heard you say 6 weeks earlier. I swear I heard you. I was
you
in the
got
kitchen
you guys are
putting my
sharp.
kettle on, and I heard you say 6 weeks. Did you or did you not?
Your long term memory, your short and long term memory is on point. So you can't get anything past you guys. No, but my prediction was second or third week of May. Right? They're gonna open it
But you
up.
did say 6 weeks. You said we'll find out in 6 weeks, Simon.
No. 6 weeks. That what the outcome,
Wait, why
whether they're
calling
gonna reach an
Cyrus
agreement.
Simon?
They're reaching agreement. Or Simon's saying they're going to reach an agreement. So I think they're not going to reach an agreement. They're going to take an off ramp. They're going to negotiate for 9 months. It's not going to happen, right? And the Strait of Hormuz at that point, Iran will start tolling it. And in the interim, they'll have some mechanism. Probably the U.S. will convince Iran not to toll. Right, so I think that will be part of the that buffer time to negotiate. So there will be no toll during this negotiation time, but I don't see it going past 6 to 9 months, and it'll end in a frozen conflict. That's my prediction. But a disaster will be averted in the stock markets and in the energy markets. Will slowly stabilize. That's my prediction.
Yeah, but Cyrus, you are saying you really are saying the D word. You really are, because that's a deal being worked out ultimately. Just like the Paris Peace Accords, it took a long time, but a deal was made. If
That's not a
not,
deal. I'm
then
saying that they will not reach a deal. They're going to negotiate for 6 to 9 months. It will
but
end in no deal. And when a deal is made, sanctions will be lifted. So that'll be a very clear sign of a deal. That will not
Yeah,
happen.
hold
So
on. But
let's make
you
the.
can do a deal that says this is what happens in. Okay, here's we open the strait, conditional upon we figure out these details in the next 30 days, and these details in the next 60 days, and these details in the next 90 days. That's how they'll do it.
Yeah, and they'll never work out any details. So yeah, they'll take the off ramp. We agree on that, and to open up negotiations. I think it'll go on for several months, and they will not reach a deal. So no
Oh, so
sanctions
you think
relief.
return to kinetic?
We're not return to kinetic. It'll be a frozen conflict. Iran will be still under maximum sanctions. They'll have a hard time. It has to deal with
So they
all
they
these
just say
China.
they're going to do a deal but never do a deal, and then it just
Iran wants a
carries
deal.
on with the status quo.
Iran wants a deal, but the U.S.'s position is too maximalist. The U.S. will not bend because Iran has been way more flexible, not only in Switzerland and in these negotiations as well,
But
and in the
just to be
JCPOA.
clear, they do a deal, but they say we'll carry on negotiating, but they never do a deal. What do you
Well,
specifically mean?
opening up the straits is not making a deal. That is making an agreement to enter negotiations, take an off ramp to further de-escalate. Right now, it's a ceasefire. Then it will go on to negotiations that are in detail. The Iranians have proposed this. This is not coming
So
out of the blue. Iran,
when Iran, so when both Iran and America open it, how do you think they'll announce that?
they'll announce it just like Trump is making his announcements. And thank you for your attention to this matter. They'll end it
So
with that.
Trump would just say the blockade's over, and Iran will say the strait's open.
Yep, and we're going to negotiations. We've agreed to take the nuclear negotiations.
Okay, so
It's going to
they
take more.
frame it as we're opening now in order to negotiate and do a deal,
Exactly.
and then they'll never do a
Precise.
deal. It just carries on forever.
Precisely. Precisely. That's exactly my position.
Yeah, I guess that can happen, but yeah, I think this is about a deal in the end. That's the difference in our position, I think.
But the Israel lobby will not allow it to happen. They fought tooth and nail to get Trump to tear it up. The JCPOA was a great deal. It was going to for sure stop Iran from going anywhere near a nuclear device, a weapon. So it's not. I was so
I
hopeful.
think I think
I
we'll
was
get a
in.
regime
Well,
change, and it will go in when the new election comes. We'll go on a new track that we haven't seen before.
That's the only thing. So this will be a frozen conflict till the new administration comes in. Then it's a totally blank slate, and hopefully it will be backed by
So
more kind
I
of.
mean Israel administration, not American.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah,
So
but it's
in
the
Israel,
American.
we got the election that happens in October.
That's not going to make a difference. The Israel position
Yeah,
is always very.
I think that will make a difference.
They'll hate Iran. They do not want Iran to be powerful. If a deal is made,
But
Iran will be a bona fide
they
regional
do want to
power.
normalize with Saudi, and Saudi will only normalize if there's a Palestinian
Th-
state, and
They
there's a
don't care.
framework to get there.
They don't care. They don't give a shit about the Saudis. They don't care about the Saudis. They have America. Who cares about Saudi
They
Arabia?
do.
They're
They
like,
care about Saudis.
for what? What did they get out of it?
Normalization with Saudi is really important. What do you think the whole taking land to negotiate so you get normalization? That's been the whole thing with Abraham Accords.
It was important for America for just because of the bad optics. America kept pushing forward. Israel does not want
That's
to make any
important for Israel.
concessions. If Israel had its way, they would have ethnically cleansed Gaza and they would have moved on to the West Bank, killed everyone there, or pushed
Yeah,
them out, and then they would have.
100%.
That's what they want.
But they still need the optical in order to have a world where they get on with their neighbors. There needs to be a Palestinian state, and they need normalization with Saudi. Saudi's the only one that can deliver that.
Since 1948, have they given any intention of having any desire to get along with their neighbors? You're acting like
because
you're
America
assuming they're a rational actor.
didn't have China at that stage. We're in a different world. There's China.
Hey, I sure hope so, man. I pray to God. I mean, like, listen, if any form of two-state solution where all the settlement, by the way, I never got a clear answer if you think all the settlements, if the two-state solution happens, which we're all praying for, the Palestinians will not agree to that unless all the settlements are dismantled. So if that happens, that would be a dream. I mean, I would be ecstatic, right? But that is, the Israelis have no intention of that. They have proven time and time again.
No, I know,
I wish.
I get it. If I were if America was still the global empire and there was no China, I'd agree with you on everything, because there would be a forever war, and Israel would create tension forever, and America would profit, and Israel would perform its normal role. But I don't think
But
that's the
China will
world we
never
live in
assert like
anymore.
that. But China will never give us an ultimatum like that, even if they rise to a certain level of power where we
I,
truly need
I
them.
think
We're
all the
already kind of,
change
we're
we're
already kind of.
witnessing is because of China. They're not doing it militarily; they're doing it diplomacy, and they're
No,
doing
of
it behind the
course,
scenes.
the smart way. I wish America had the same strategy as China. We'd be soaring right
No,
now.
I'm
We
just
would be.
saying China is pushing influence, and
I don't.
remember, like
Mhm.
they've been pushing influence the whole way through. I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not saying they don't have influence, but they can't exert and impose in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, they can.
Their whole
Not
push.
militarily, but they can say
They're
we'll stop
of
your
course,
rare
I
earth
know.
minerals. You're done.
Exactly. So it would be soft power, right? So I don't think they're willing to do that, right? And will's to be seen,
They
right? I
already
sure hope
did.
so.
They already
Hey,
did
look,
in the trade war, and then they had to do a deal, and Trump had to capitulate because the bond market hit 5%. It's already
hey,
done.
just know I hope this happens. So like this is like a great outlook, right? But my issue is China's number one goal right now is over the next 20 years to become the hegemon in Asia, right? Because right now the US has way too much influence. A lot, like pretty much everything goes through the US. China is an awesome industrial power. They're kicking butt, yes, but they don't really exert any true influence and can't project power like the United States does. And we're out here in North America and we have way more power in Asia than China does. That's a reality. And as a function of how
America
countries
has more
interact,
power in Asia than China. That's a ridiculous
they
thing to say.
they,
Every
they
single
do.
country in Asia
They do.
is dependent upon China, and
No,
the
no, for sure.
entire economy is
Industrially.
China.
Industrially, yes, but as far as who dictates what goes, it's our institutions. You know, from Singapore to Hong Kong, now to Dubai. You know,
So
so the institutions, the
why
global.
did the Bank of Japan start increasing their rates?
I mean, as a function of trying to probably whatever inflationary thing they're trying to deal
No,
with,
that
they're
was to
probably like what.
decouple from US.
I mean, look, I haven't followed their internal decision making, right? But all I know is that if you look at how the powers of Asia operate outside of China, I mean, they're all in our orbit. You could from Australia to Japan to South Korea, now even Vietnam, you know, which we went to war with. We're giving them very advanced shore launch capabilities for anti-ship to impose over the
So
South
why are
China
they so
Sea.
deeply in the Belt and
So
Road Initiative? Why are they taking so much money from China?
no, because you have to work together. You can't, and it's a globalized world. I mean, like America knows we can't use power against China. That's foolish. We need to project power, right? So all this money we're spending in Ukraine and the Middle East needs to shore up our assets, just so China doesn't like at one point posture on us and actually impose their will, right? Our whole goal is to not allow China to impose their will in Asia. That's the domain they're going after. They are not the hegemon in Asia. We are. Believe it or not, we have more.
That's
We have
ridiculous.
more power.
Cyrus, wait a minute.
It's
How does
Cyrus,
America have more power in Asia than China?
they
I
don't,
mean, I
Cyrus.
thought
China is
I just explained it.
No, Cyrus,
You know,
wait a
they
minute.
definitely have the industrial base. You know, China is certainly the economic power of Asia, but as far as power, real power, right, not economic power, it's still the United States that's our way goes. That's just how it is right now, and China's trying to change that. And they can't do that without a blue water navy. So they will try that, and we can't, and we're not going to go to war with them. When we'll realize that they're at military parity with us, we're going to let it happen, right? So all we can do right now is try to avoid that from happening, right? So right now we exert more influence in Asia than China, for sure. You know, we're definitely heavily dependent on them, no doubt. Everyone's heavily dependent on China. We will and deal with them. They produce 90% of our APIs, and we can go on and on and on how we can't live without China. I get that, but that doesn't translate to power, right? I'm talking about geopolitical power. We have way more of it.
Cyrus,
I
wait a
didn't
minute.
get it.
Vietnam, Cyrus, please listen to me. Vietnam. I was on the phone for 2 hours with Vietnam today. I have very close contacts with that country. My wife is Vietnamese. I lived there for almost 7 years. I'm not going to go into the depths of my involvement with that country. China influences extremely powerful political power in Vietnam right now. They don't even have an election unless China picks and chooses who's in leadership there. They've got a stranglehold in Vietnam. You want to, here, let me see if my wife will talk to you for a bit. Let's don't do that. But I'm trying to tell you, Cyrus, please listen to me. China has power. They have, do you want to talk about Myanmar? I call it Burma. I'll put my dear friend, he works for the London Herald and New York Times as a freelance journalist. He's a genius. I'll put Kane on. Kane will tell you he lived in Burma. He lived in Vietnam. He lives in Japan right now. China, the Chinese army, they run Myanmar right now, brother. China has Asia, brother. They have it.
I mean, Myanmar is very insignificant. The
No,
only Asian countries that matter is South Korea, it's Japan, it's Singapore, and Hong Kong. Vietnam is a rising power, and they're stuck with China, right? The South China Sea is a huge flashpoint,
Hong
and
Kong
they have
is
to play
China.
both sides. But the U.S. is selling very advanced weapons to Vietnam, so we would never do that if they're not in our orbit. So Vietnam needs us, right? Because they're not happy with
they're
China. If you
working
look at
both
all their
sides.
issues,
Vietnam's working both
they have
sides.
to.
Yeah,
Just like
and they're
Ukraine should
also
have.
working with the Russians.
Vietnam is doing what Ukraine should have, be a good buffer state, play both sides. That's what a good buffer state does. They're smart and it's working because we're doing a bunch of trade with Vietnam. China's doing it. We should not go to war with China. We should project power to maintain our influence in Asia. Right now, we have more influence. The key economies in Asia are in our orbit, minus China. They're not in our orbit. They're a power, they're a superpower, right? And they're a near peer competitor, but they do not exert over the other economies. Australia for mining, all other resources, South Korea, Japan, these are key countries. Very advanced technologies are made there that China can't make. You know, Taiwan obviously is, you know, in the chip industry. So it's very important we don't lose Taiwan. Extremely important.
What do you
And
mean
we
lose
maintain our,
Taiwan? It's already China.
it's already China, but they're still in our orbit. You know, they're in the Western orbit for sure. You know,
It's
so
got
they have
a,
to.
yeah, it's got a defense pact, but it is already China, and America
It's
already
already
agrees that
China,
it's China.
and correctly, yeah, correctly. I mean, it's China's territory. It goes to show about our hegemony, how like arrogant the Western powers are. It's in our orbit right now, and we don't want to lose it. I'm not saying for right or wrong, right? So the strategy
Both
of the United
both
States is not
both
to lose
China and
Asia,
America know that you don't rock the boat with Taiwan. They know that for 5 years. America will
for
become
sure.
chip independent, China will become chip independent, and Taiwan will become irrelevant, and it will be owned by China.
It'll take 50 years. You know how long it'll take us
5 years.
to
It'll be done in 5 years.
We'll see. I highly doubt it. The scale up would be tremendous. It'd take
What do you mean?
trillions, and the scale.
Literally, the whole justification for the money print as a result of this crisis is to do the printing. The reason that the Intel was acquired, the reason that Biden signed the chips deal with TSMC is to get completely chip independent. That's got to be done. That's got to be
I
done.
agree with
50
that, though.
years. Do you know what the world looks
And the
like in
and the
50
C and the
years?
C
But
and
to
the
replace
CEO
Taiwan,
literally said
it's
5
gonna take
years,
that
Cyrus.
long.
The
If
CEO literally said 5 years to get it done in the U.S.
we'll see, man.
What
That's a
What do you think it
lofty
is,
goal.
Chira? How long do you think?
No, he literally said 5 years. The CEO of the Taiwanese company, I forget what it is, JSM or whatever it's called.
TSMC.
He was, yeah, he was in the press conference, and he said that they believe within 5 years they'll be producing chips in the U.S.
Yeah, producing chips is one thing. To meet the scale that Taiwan has, I mean, you got to do the numbers. It will take a long time to replace Taiwan's output. It'll take. Like, there's no way it's going to be done in 5 years. It'll take a miracle.
It's why do you think they need this crisis?
Scaling
$10
is
trillion of printing. This is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. We're witnessing it now, and all of the printing is going to go into AI.
It remains to be seen. You know, I thought we were counting on the GCC money, which is going to evaporate if we don't wrap up this war soon. You know, but printing money is not
GCC
the
are fine,
solution.
man. They
We're we're
you
we're,
can
we're,
see all
40,
their
we're
you can
40
see all their hedges.
we're 40 trillion in debt. You know what I mean? We can only print so much more.
No, it's the issue is the yield. That's why the bond market matters. You have to grow at a faster rate than the average cost on the debt. It doesn't matter what the absolute debt is. It's the average cost on the debt has to be less than the growth rate. And it doesn't matter
that's why
how
we
that
need to be
growth
over
rate,
3.5
yeah.
in the growth rate.
And it doesn't matter how that growth happens. You could blow up the whole country and give all the money to a couple of AI companies, blow up the world and give it to Lockheed Martin. As long as that growth rate is above the average cost of the debt, the show goes on.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that 70% of our GDP comes from consumerism. That we count on the middle class, we count on the rich and the super
Yeah,
rich to
but
spend money.
50% of that
So,
comes from the top 10% that you don't
okay,
count
but what
on.
about the other
You
50%?
just
What
got to
about the
give
other
them some debt
50%?
and UBI, and then fine.
What about the other 50%? It's still a huge chunk of our economy.
Yeah, but
We
you
are a
give them
consumers.
some UBI and debt. As long as debt carries on, you just give them a new credit card, you give them a 50-year mortgage, and you give them a stable coin. Done.
I mean, that has its limits, you know, and it'll be. We'll see it. I mean, look, all this will show. That's why we were speculating, right? I mean, there's no way
Cyrus,
I can.
I think we're talking past each other because one thing is what we believe is good. Like what Simon's saying, he doesn't believe is a good thing, right? And I agree with Simon saying. We're just telling you how it works. Like it's I agree with you that it's not a good thing and it's going to devastate America. Yes, the destruction of American economy will happen if we keep printing money. We get that. We're just saying what happens because that is what it's going to do. If you look at the M2 money supply curve, right? And you look at it, you don't go down from the hockey stick that it is. Like we have not seen the hyperinflation that is coming or hyper hyper printing that's coming, whatever you want to call it, because that hockey stick is just starting, right? Have you ever seen a chart that goes up and to the right like that and starts to grow exponentially and then comes back down? It doesn't come back down. It needs to go higher. We just printed a ton during COVID. We need to print just as much or more the next time. This is what happens during every single presidency, right? It prints a little bit more, then it prints a little less, then it prints a little bit more, and prints a little less. But if you take any 5-year, 10-year block out of it, it's always more every decade than the last decade. Always. And it has to be, because that's the way it works. If you don't do it, the dollar crashes. And no one wants to be the president that lets the dollar crash. So you can't get off the roller coaster, right? It's something I used to argue when I first got on Wall Street, is the fact that we were judging CEOs quarterly. Like, how do you actually invest in making a better company if I'm going to judge a CEO every single quarter and what his performance is? He's never going to invest in the actual company. He's just going to keep trying to get sales, which makes you fall behind anyone who's a competitor that comes up and invest in, we're going to create this new plant that's going to take 5 years and actually outsell our competitors. Well, no CEO is going to do that because he gets fired. That was the big thing that I had a problem with in the early 2000s, right? Because you can't judge it that way. And that's the problem with that is the downfall of having a president every 4 years. You cannot plan for anything besides 4 years. And because of that, no one's willing to be like, okay, look, this is what it looks like 10 years from now, and this is how we correct America. You can't do that because of the election system in America.
So, question, is there anything that Iran can do to, outside of forcing the war to continue, to keep the bond yield up? If the whole thing is manipulating the bond yield, and US has mastered that, is there a counter mechanism that Iran could use?
Iran is in an existential crisis. They're trying to survive. The last
No,
thing they're thinking about is the bond market. You know what I mean? They can only do so much. Iran
okay.
is really not a power. Iran is not a power player in the markets in the sense that they can move it. They're a power player in the energy markets now. They've exerted over the Persian Gulf. That's their only thing. They can manipulate the prices, and it's hurting them as well because they can't push out the oil they normally do. But they don't have that kind of power. In my estimation, the other panelists may have a different opinion.
Yeah,
So then
that
literally,
is the right question. That's the exact right question. Because right now, every time it hits 5%, Trump or pulls out a new rabbit out of his pocket. The minute that rabbit stops being pulled out of the pocket and it blows above 5%, this is over. It's done.
but there's
You have to
nothing
do a deal.
Iran can do. It would just be, some kind of circumstance outside of the powers that be that would cause the yield to go up and stay up.
The problem is that without money printing, the worse the economy gets, every time oil goes up above a certain price, then that yield blows up to about the 5% mark. And if it blows out, then the Fed will just start buying the bonds in order to get that yield down, and that's where you have the money printing, which is theft from the American people to save the system. But they've got that tool. But if the world coordinated on selling all of their treasuries, then you could accelerate
Selling the
that process.
treasuries.
You could accelerate that process, but not quite that simple because people are choosing FX swap line, selling their
So
treasuries in
Iran
America,
only
and
has
Scott Percent's going around like a headless chicken, trying to make sure no one sells their treasuries.
so Iran only has two choices: force the kinetic or wait till US is ready to play ball. It's really completely out of their control if they
But I
don't
think
force it.
but the problem is that they're doing deals like these higher oil prices and charging to get through the strait is economically a better deal until you got sanction relief.
So, I mean, you
Uh,
know what I just thought of? I never put two and two together, but if you look at the top 7 companies you were talking about in US that drives the economy, all of them are founder led. And the reason why they're doing well is because they can actually make decisions besides, a CEO that comes in and scared of getting fired after 2 years. Every single one is founder
They
led.
remained enough control to not be completely done by Wall Street.
Yeah, so they can make smart decisions because you can't make decisions when you're like, oh, my outlook is 4 years. Right?
So,
That's the problem
Correct.
with
And if you're a founder shareholder, you probably don't care too much about the marginal share options. And if you install a CEO, they're trying to build their wealth on the marginal share options.
okay, you said they're making deals, but do you really mean the words making deals? Are they just taking advantage of the situation at hand, or following along with how they're being maneuvered, or is deals the word that you mean to use here, Simon?
Are you talking about Iran?
Yes, because you keep
Yeah,
saying they're
Iran,
making
I believe,
deals, and I
yeah.
like. Go ahead.
If Iran is optimizing for the Iranian people, then the biggest thing that can make a huge difference for that country and its people is to put itself in a situation where it gets sanction relief, and it's able to, sell its oil in the market without having to sell it at a discount to China. And so sanction relief is the job of the Iranian, of the leader of Iran. Their job is to get sanction relief so that the Iranian economy can flourish and prosper. And whatever you need to do to be in a position where you've got enough leverage to negotiate that position is what the leader of the country is what the leadership of the country should be doing.
Okay. All right. I understand what you're saying now. When you said making deals, it sounded like they were colluding with everything, but they're just doing their job to make sure that their people are okay as much as they can.
Well, hopefully that's what a country does, and it tends to happen a bit more when you have. But again, it's the incentives.
Okay. It was the word deals
Um,
that kind of threw me, but okay. Got it.
People don't like the D word. Can even Cyrus, if I could explain to you, Cyrus, that the Cold War, which was in the height of my prime of my life, okay, most of that, 20-some% of that was fought underwater. And let me be very clear on this. There was always a deal being worked out, a deal being agreed upon. It was as simple sometimes as an ROE on a patrol to a SALT 1, SALT 2 treaty, to a this, to a that. There's always deals being worked, even during a Cold War. And to be honest, the entire world, we are in a Cold War that started from day one and will go to the last day of humanity. There's always war. Plato wrote, only the dead know not war. And that's it. So we're at war. We're always at war, but there's always deals. And I know people hate that word, but let's get used to that word. And that's why I backed Simon up on this, and I've got the receipts to prove it. And I got some really nasty hate mail. Some imbecile hiding behind some pseudonym kept telling me that I'm despicable, that I'm the most low life, loathsome, and said, Suleiman, why would you let that blank, 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 Andrew, on your space? And why would you dare let Simon speak? He's a low life, blank, blank, blank. And my point is, we're always at a deal or working out a deal. So if you don't like the word deal,
Yeah,
well,
I
then
don't
I'll
like
change
it.
the word. Well, you know why, Gigi, you don't like the word deal? Because it's like waking up and saying, "Oh snap, I want to go back to sleep." It's the real world. People don't like war. People don't like hunger. People don't like death, destruction. People don't like the evil out there, but we are in this world. Certainly, some of us are not of it. And okay, I'm a hypocrite. Why am I a hypocrite? I'm a Christian. If I was truly a Christian, I would never, ever own any stocks. I would not own any Bitcoin. I would have no cell phone. I would never have a dollar bill in my pocket because that's of the world. No, it's not. We function in this world. But where does the line drawn? When we cross the line, when we are not the moral resistance, when we're one of them saying, hey, let's go kill some more innocent women and children in Gaza. But I'm not doing it, but I support National Zionist Israel. There are lines, there are boundaries, there are. And we stand on that. But
Okay,
it's a gray
so
line sometimes.
if translating it to, the average Joe's life, us playing the stock market in your eyes is us making deals. Is that correct? Is that the same? I'm just trying
You're
to
work.
translate
You're in the
deal in my
system.
head. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know
Sorry.
what we all have to. We all
Okay.
have to work
No,
through
but
that
that's
word.
making a deal. That's us making deals every
Yeah,
day in
yeah,
this wicked system. Okay.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
getting it.
And I
I'm
think
getting
I'm a
it.
hypocrite because you know why? Today I used money, filthy lucre, the root of all evil. I used it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Do you know I've lost followers on my YouTube channel? This one imbecile told me, and she was serious. She said, "Someone, you're using AI to do it." Yeah, I use AI as a tool because what used to take me 2 months of research in the King James Bible, I can now do in 10 minutes. I'm using the evil AI. I'm using evil money. But now, if I took AI to build a porn site, oh, geez, I think I crossed a line. If I took that money and was buying an underground network to do child trafficking, I think I'm using that money for evil. Simon is very comfortable. Okay, he's wealthy. He's retired, but he does not use his money for evil. He spends every moment. Joa doesn't have to be on these spaces talking. Suleiman is spending extraordinary amount of his time for nothing except for the money people kick in to help support him. Beatrice doesn't need to be on here. It comes from a family that she works hard, but we all come in and we fight this moral resistance, and we're all in this evil systems. I use petroleum. I use money. Do you see where I'm going with this? I had someone tell me, "Oh, I shouldn't even invest in the stock market." Yeah, it's evil. Get out of it. Well, if it bothers you, don't get in it. But we're in the system. We have to work in the system. And deals are being cut. Right now, deals are being worked. Iran will never cut a deal. They're never going to. If Iran doesn't make deals, then their existence and their people will suffer more. But they have to have boundaries, and they do. And they are fighting it. That's why but once they come out of this, they're going to be in a much better position than they were before they made their stand. Think about it. If they would have crushed and cashed in and fallen to the Zios, to the National Zionist Pax Judaica, then they would have been in complete control of them. But now they get to bring themselves into a position, and I pray to God they get a nuclear weapon, because if they have a nuke, then they can participate with MAD, mutual assured destruction. Don't F with us, or we'll nuke the daylights out of you. That's the only thing that's going to keep the Israeli dogs at bay. So I'll land here. Sorry.
No, we're good. I just have to expand on the
Yeah,
use
no,
of
I'm
the
glad
word
you talked
deal.
about the D word. Yeah.
No, yeah. I would have used like work
What's your
within the
thoughts on it,
system. I would
Gigi?
have used like
What?
work within the system or something, but I guess same thing. So I'm going to expand the use of that word. No problem.
Well, all countries have trade deals between each other. So, like, Iran's got lots of trade deals. And like when they did the tariffs, that was just renegotiating every trade deal with America or for every country in the world. So there's lots of treaties between countries and trade deals that set the parameters for how they work together and how they trade with each other. And every country does it.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Andrew.
What's your opinion, Gigi, on what's happening in this kind of military exercise between Iran and America and the GCC and stuff and Lebanon? What's your take on it?
Well, going back to the comment earlier where someone said, or it was commented that Iran hasn't been saying anything for Lebanon. I feel like they have, in the fact that, the 14 points that they put out last week included Lebanon. I don't feel like they have to say Lebanon every day, especially when they're
No, I said that.
ex-
What I said is, I don't know if you misheard somebody else said it, but what I was saying was that I see them mentioning Lebanon in all their statements. Lebanon is being annihilated right now. According to what we're reading, America has put a blockade on the Iranian blockade. and Iran is still negotiating. I just, when I follow this through, I remember the first time I read Galibaf's name, it actually came out from, because I didn't know who he was. I'd heard of Arakshi and all of the other people after the supreme leader was assassinated. And then American media said, we're talking to them, we're negotiating. And Iran was like, there's no way on earth we would talk to them, blah, blah, blah. They killed our kids, never on earth we would talk to them. And then American media said, this is the guy we're talking to, Galibaf. And this guy, Galibaf, suddenly pops up saying that this is a lie, outright lie. I would never speak to them. And lo and behold, Galibaf is negotiating with them as part on the team. He actually went to Pakistan. So I saw a lot of things come out in statements that when I look at the reality of what's happening with my eyes and use my thinking abilities, and I see what's playing out. And then I look at the media and the statements and the tweets and, all of that. It paints a completely different picture. So on their statements, I'm seeing Lebanon a lot on every plan that they have mentioned, like 15-point plan, 10-point plan, 12-point plan, whatever. It's like, across the region, they'll say, including Lebanon and the resistance. They mention Lebanon and resistance. They do, right? But then every day, Lebanon is being annihilated by Israel. The death count is through the roof. Parts of it are looking like Gaza. And apart from those statements that come out with 15 points or 10 points once a week, it's just like, what's anybody going to do about it? Nothing. That's my point, Gigi.
Yeah, I'm very opinionated but non-confrontational. So all of this is very exhausting. When I say all of this, it's the news. I know it's a politician's place to address these things every day, but I would imagine that in their own way, all of the leaders in Iran are overwhelmed with all of this because they're really dealing with some sophisticated manipulators that you're literally having to run circles every day to keep up with the different manipulations that they're putting out there. So I don't know. I don't know how effective it would be for them to keep up with um, giving a statement every day based on what's happening. That's it.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't even think, for me, it's about statements. I think something has to be done, because Lebanon's fighting its own battle. And my fear is that it's become a proxy war for the parties that are really fighting here, just to use Lebanon as the ground. I'm kind of conflicted if that is the case, or if they've just been left to fight their own thing. I don't think Iran is being manipulated or having to really work hard to make sure. I think Iran is running circles around America on the PR front. I think they have slam dunked the PR battle, like completely. I think Iran has run circles around America on the PR front. They're maestros at it, maestros. I didn't realize how sharp they were, how quick they were, how smart they were. They're strategic, Gigi.
Agreed.
They're really
Agreed.
intelligent
Yes.
guys. Yeah.
Agreed. That they're intelligent and they're running circles on that front, but it's a lot. Anyway, I'll pull back.
I
Thank
think I
you.
think the other word to put in there is pragmatism. People like to use words like sellouts or traitors, but we don't know. You can only imagine what they're actually going through. Like, they have to deal with the reality that they've got to do the best by their people, given the dynamics of all the powers that have a different plan. And you can sit here and say, "I'll be ideological. I'll fight to the death." But what if that leads to the death of everyone? At some stage, you have to be pragmatic. You have to recognize that this is the cards we have. We can have survival and come back to fight another day. But the reality is that we've got this ginormous power called America that is certainly a falling hegemon, a drunk hegemon, but no, Reality is I got China here, and I got America here, and I got Israel here, and I got the Gulf countries here. Now, what strengths do I have? What weaknesses do I have? And what is the best for my people and for the satisfying the power dynamics of all the people that one needs to satisfy in order to get to the best outcome? It's impossible. So to simplify it to traitor or sellout, it is just not reality. You got to do the best with the cards that you have and make sure that you survive.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree with that, Simon. I think those things that come up where where a person's opinion on strategy is labeled as, oh, are you saying they're a sellout then? Are you saying they're a traitor? That often that ideological approach comes from people who put politicians, and let's face it, they're all politicians, on a pedestal and expect them to be 100% pure, you know, like something from the biblical era, only on morality. That's all they're acting on, 100%. And that's not the world we live in. It's just not the world we live in. So when you put people on a pedestal like that, human beings on a pedestal, and think they are, 100% pure, in your mind they are. And when you're shown the mirror of the fact that, you know what, they are talking to people, they are trying to do what's best for their country, that does involve X, Y, Z. Like, are you saying they're a sellout? What did they sell out from? They never promised you anything. What did they sell out from? They're doing what they need to do to get through this and what's best for them. You know, everybody knows what's going on. Iran, we've all just accepted how smart they are, how sharp they are, how intelligent they are. They know what this is about. Of course they do. Trump's playing the clown. That's what he's paid to play. He's played to play the buffoon while he makes his money. This is transparent to everybody now, I think.
Yeah, and I do think that as a political organization, the power structure of Iran is actually one of the sharpest, that's punching severely above their weight in demonic circumstances. And if they come out of this, with half of what we thought was possible, then they're some of the savviest chess players in the world. Like, seriously. And some people would just call that a sellout. But
Simon, to add to your point, you make a huge point. Most people don't realize to what level they're punching above their weight class. Iran spends about $8 to $9 billion a year on their defense, which is minuscule. Saudi Arabia spends 80 billion, right? So it is unbelievable. Simon knows this stuff, so that otherwise he wouldn't have said that. So those who aren't really in that world to like really zoom in, it's of epic proportions what they're doing. It's really crazy. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Simon. Please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, Simon, do you want to finish what you were saying? Because I did want to actually hear what you were going to say.
yeah, I mean, look, if they end up in a set of circumstances where they get sanction relief and Israel is in a box, I can't tell you what level of skill that takes. I think I can't even imagine what they had to do to get in that position. Like, it's and some people will say what the result that they end up getting is traitorous and that type of stuff. I mean, to me, that's just somebody that just doesn't have experience of what it's like to be in a position of power where every decision you make is going to harm someone, and there's consequences to everything you do, and you can't please anyone. Like, that's just politics. You can't please everyone. So I'm, I've been in position of power just as an executive of a small company, and that's an incredible responsibility. And the actions I take impact your staff, your customers. You think that's tiny when you're dealing with 90 million people with the largest power dynamics in the world, dealing with the almighty hegemon in a time when there's another competing power, and you're like stuck in the middle, and you've got these demonic forces around you. Like, you can't imagine what that's like. It's beyond probably anything that any of us will ever be able to comprehend in our lives.
Yeah, I agree. Cyrus, sorry, Gigi, I see you on mute. You might. You want to jump in, and then we'll go to Cyrus, and we'll go to Andy.
Just back to the topic of leaders not saying anything. Is it me, or have we not heard much from Lebanon either? The leaders there for like the last week.
You might as well just call them US.
But I mean, they haven't said anything. Is it just me,
Their
or
army is paid for by US. They were
understood?
financially decimated by the US.
Understood.
The
But
International
typically,
Monetary Fund stole all their money.
yes.
They are puppets to US, and they were told to sit down and talk to Israel and do what you need to do.
But
That's what.
typically
That's what.
they speak against Hezbollah, and you haven't even seen that. At least I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the movement towards, speaking against Hezbollah, and then we haven't seen anything for a little bit. Actually, I haven't been following every move. Maybe there's been things that I've missed recently.
They made the odd platitude statement a few days ago about, Israel killing, I don't know if it was a journalist or somebody, or this is unacceptable. I mean, who takes them seriously? I think, Gigi, the thing is, I think even if they make statements, nobody really listens, do they? Because like Simon says, they're paid and funded by the America's mouthpiece. So we know it's all scripted, you know what I mean? They're not exactly the moral resistance.
You might as well speak to Macron, Trump, and Netanyahu, and then you might get more conversation with Lebanon.
And Keir Starmer's not even worthy of being on that list of Macron, Netanyahu, and Trump, like literally. I think we're going to have regime change in the UK. I would predict by the end of June, Keir Starmer will no longer be our Prime Minister. Go ahead,
Look, there's a protest going on in New York against the Great Israeli Real Estate Event that just popped up on my screen. So similar to what somebody mentioned happened in Canada recently, I guess, that real estate event. Apparently there's protests about a similar event happening in New York. I don't know. Anyway, just FYI.
Thanks, Gigi. Cyrus, did you want to jump in on what Simon was saying, and then we go to Andy?
Isn't the real estate event about the deed theft? I don't know if everyone has seen.
Oh, maybe that. Okay.
There's so much, so many people's homes that have been being stolen.
Yes, I remember
through
that.
deed theft in New York City. I forget what the number's up to, but it's something crazy. I don't remember if it's 400 or 4,000, but it's something insane. Where people are going around, not people, it is happening by strictly Jewish people going around getting you to sign some paper. It winds up being your deed, and now your home is gone.
If anyone has any suggestions, there's a piece of property that I'm trying to protect, and I, for the life of me, cannot figure out. There's nothing there. It's like they just like Gaza, they're leaving it open for the properties to be stolen. No protections.
These real estate events, Jonah, they've been happening every year through the genocide, certainly, where they've been selling off property in Gaza, in not in Gaza, sorry, in Palestine, in the West Bank and stuff. Right the way through. This isn't anything new. They had them in Canada.
No, this
They
is
tried to hold
different,
one in
Beatrix.
the
Like,
UK.
if you go to TikTok, type in deed theft New York City, and you'll see it is a pandemic at the moment of them using fraud, basically, but they're not getting caught because they get people to sign the document and stealing people's homes. I'll look it up real quick. How much it has happened in the past 2 years? 1 second. It's something insane.
Yeah.
It's different
Yeah,
than
jump in.
it's different than the real estate sales of Gaza property in synagogues, which was also happening. It's not that.
But Joe, is this does Chabad Lubavitch behind this, or this is the city government, or what's behind it, bro?
I don't know. I can tell you, it is they look more orthodox, but I don't know. I can tell you more information. One
Yeah, I
second.
bet Sabadlovich. The Zionist on steroids at the Temple Institute, etc., etc.
Hey, did I hear right earlier that Manco said that Trump cares about the Iranian people?
Yeah, he did.
yeah,
That's when I lost him.
yeah. Thank
You missed
God we
it.
have witnesses.
He destroyed Beatrix.
Beatrice to go full blown the bee attack. She was a little gentle.
The dragons came out, Simon, when he said that. I was like, what? He cared about the 168 girls that he killed. That's where the whole conversation came up with that he never apologized.
Well,
Um,
Beatrice, I
the
ran
little
and
brat.
got my fire extinguisher.
He actually said, Andrew, right, that
Yes.
he's not bombing Iran
Yeah,
because he really cares for the Iranian people.
yeah. That it's not about that. And then he went on and on doing the ugly American act of, hey, and okay, fine, I understand where he's coming from, but yeah, that's where, yeah. But yeah, until we can get proof, I mean, I could tell you that the sun is shining here at 2100 Eastern Standard, right? We're -4. I think we're -4, -5 UTC. The sun is shining, right. Sunny day here, and someone
Trump
on
is
the
such a humanitarian, isn't he? I just, whenever I think Trump, I really associate humanitarianism.
yeah, no
Yeah,
comment.
Andrew, here I have the numbers. This past year, okay, for 12 months from last month, 739 homes were successfully stolen in New York City. Um, the it mostly involves Orthodox and Hasidic Jew real estate actors, especially in Brooklyn and Queens, targeting older people or people who just aren't as educated about how property rights work, and they file basically they file transfers of property, and then they wait until it just takes effect in some cases, and in some cases they get people to sign the deed to go fix something because the government says you owe a fine of X amount, da da da. But if you sign this, then it just goes away. Like it's multiple scams, but they're basically doing in New York City what they do in the West Bank, where they just tell you, hey, it's not your home anymore. And if you go to, and anyone thinks that this is a lie or just made up, go to TikTok. You will see thousands of videos of people doing exactly that in America, where they like, oh, not your home anymore. 739 in the past 12 months.
Wow.
Wow, so it's just a
These are
straight
those
up scam, yeah?
organizations. Simon, I think they're similar to those organizations. I've seen them advertised in the UK, targeted at elderly people. And what they say is, like, basically, if you've got equity in your home, you can enjoy the last years of your life. We'll buy sign over your house to us, and then they'll give them a small cash lump sum because these people are on meager pensions. They don't have any other income. They've only got one asset, and it's their house. So they actually take the deeds for the house and give them like 10, 20 grand to go on a last cruise, and then
No,
basically.
this is different. That's a reverse mortgage, right? Which can or cannot be a scam. Here, they're
Actually,
actually.
in England, we call it equity release.
Okay.
That's it, the equity relief scheme.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
In
It's not a
in the US,
reverse mortgage, Jonah.
well, in most of Europe, they call it a reverse mortgage. But it's the same thing. No, they're forging deeds.
She doesn't understand these things.
They're forging deeds or tricking the homeowners to sign paperwork or telling them, hey, we've just lowered your loan amount um, on your mortgage. You just have to sign this because now you know how the bank owns your deed. We just need you to re-sign this again. And they typically exploit people with dementia or some kind of illness. And yeah, that's what they've been doing.
Wow, Joey, I see those videos, right, where people are like on TikTok freaking out because suddenly their mortgage has gone up like by like $3,000 or something, and they didn't expect it. Do you know what that is?
That's typically Europe, though, because most Americans have a fixed mortgage, whereas in Europe, most of them don't have a fixed mortgage.
Yeah, in UK we have like trackers, but I keep seeing these Americans, the TikTok videos where like suddenly their just rent went, their mortgage went through the roof, and they just didn't
Yeah,
expect it. It was something in the clause that they didn't know about.
it could be the balloon, like people who do balloons. There's the only way possible, but yeah, I don't know what it could be. But almost everyone, I mean, look, I could be wrong. Just where I grew up, everyone did fixed. It didn't have the big difference that it has in Europe, where Europe a fixed mortgage is like almost a point and a half higher. I think in the US that margin's much closer. So you don't have you have a lot of people just choosing to go with the fixed. Whereas a point and a half on a mortgage makes a huge difference in
Yeah, it's because
most
But it's
European
you
only
guys have
families.
fixed.
got it's because you got the liquidity on the 30-year treasury, so you can combine the products together.
Yeah.
Whereas in other countries, we don't have the same level of liquidity relative to mortgage demand.
Yeah. Plus $100 makes a bigger difference to on a monthly payment, make a bigger difference to people who, typically in Europe, in s- in Europe, the incomes are much, much lower than the US.
Well, that depends, bro. Like the minimum wage in America is like shockingly low, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But when you just look at the mean, it is lower in Europe. Well, it's catching up now. I mean, you have certain countries in like Netherlands or Switzerland, or they're higher than the US. I think even Sweden is almost higher than the US now.
I don't know, just from the things I'm hearing, like it feels like just like supermarkets in New York and stuff like that. They seem to be like getting right up there with like Switzerland and like some of the most Hong Kong and stuff like that now.
In what way? In cost, you mean?
Yeah, just cost. I just keep watching those videos with people that are like comparing the cost of stuff and just really like freaking out, and they've got like their steak has gone like to $50 or something in New York supermarkets. Like it's just going insane, I think.
Yeah. So a couple of pieces of news. Iranian. We've now got a video where Iranian Navy orders the U.S. Navy warship to retreat and leave the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. Navy warship immediately complies. So that was interesting to say the least. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi arrives in Spain. Much love to each and every single one of you who came to the space. Really appreciate it. We have
In
got
in China, he went to China or in Spain.
China. Did I say Spain?
Yeah, you said Spain.
Oh, China. I thought it was Beijing, but okay, China. Um, um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, gone to China, bro. Come on, Beatrix. Why are you saying Spain for? She's getting confused now. Um,
As soon as you said China, inevitable pops up in the audience.
yeah. The basically the American Anglo-Saxon who's like pretends he's Chinese.
Yeah.
So so guys, there's a tweet in the nest. It is, and it's pinned in the YouTube. It is the Scott Ritter interview. We're all gonna go there. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna chat like we normally do. Great interviews from earlier on today, so many of you may have missed it. So it's definitely worth it. And even if you watched it, it's worth watching again. I loved it. We were literally on the same page about Joa's country, and we were smashing them and exposing Joa's country. So check it out. It's gonna be golden. So the tweet is in the nest. The tweet is in the YouTube comments. Tomorrow, we're gonna start a bit later. We're gonna start at 3 p.m. Eastern. I've got Treat a Parsley coming on. I'm probably gonna try and schedule another interview. Wait, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna start tomorrow. I got Treat a Parsley coming on. I'm trying to organize. No, 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern we're coming. Anyway, we'll check any time between 3 and 3:30. Because I'm trying to sort on organize an interview. If I organize the interview, obviously we'll start the earlier time. If I don't, then it's gonna be slightly later time. But yeah, 3:30. We've got the Treat a Parsley interview coming on tomorrow, and then tomorrow we've got the debate. It's confirmed. He hasn't backtracked with Rabbi Shmuley. So the Rabbi Shmuley debate is at
What time is it?
6
What time?
p.m. Eastern, which is 11 p.m. UK.
Simon, Rabbi Shmuley and Simon are going to do, Shmuley and Sully are going to debate tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh my God, Suleiman, I'm so looking forward to it. Everyone on YouTube, make sure you got your notifications on both the channels. Make sure on X you've got the bell icon pressed. You've got your notifications set. Like, I've been waiting forever for that rabbi to not bottle out. He's bottled out for the last week. He's changed times and dates every single day. It's going to go down tomorrow. Sully versus Shmuley. Wicked.
Yeah. Don't let my mom hear you say that. So it's Suleiman v.
It's been like 3 years in the making, hasn't it?
Yeah, probably has. It has, yeah. Lonely the guys, but all these guys are like Tommy Robinson. I didn't tell anyone this, but when I was in America, he was in Miami, and basically he's friends with Fresh, from Fresh and Fit. And so Myron hit me up and said, "Oh, do you want to debate him?" I said, "Yeah, bro, I'll debate him." So Myron tried everything in his power to set her up. He even opened a group chat with all of us and was like, "Let's do it." And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And then the guy literally was there. I said, I literally would have flew over because I was in Tampa. He was too scared. He ran away. So the guy fears me like no tomorrow.
Didn't he leave the group chat?
No, it's not.
That
No.
happened on Spaces as well, like a couple of years back, right? He accepted, then just kept running away.
Yeah, he did. But that time you could give him the buy a little bit because no, he did keep running away. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be a good interview tomorrow, a good one tomorrow. I think
That's when
I don't know
Mario
what's about.
platformed him, isn't it?
Sorry?
Mario platformed Tommy Robinson.
Oh yeah, of course he does, man. He's a Zio, bro. Zio platform is Zio. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know what the topic's gonna be. I think it's Israel and Iran, but I really don't know. This is my pure assumption. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I actually don't know what the topic is.
I just want to say something, Suleiman, right? I know you're a maestro at this, but I've seen a tweet of Rabbi Shmuley's. I don't know, somebody sent it to me. And it says somebody's criticizing saying, oh, it's not wrong to criticize the Gaza genocide. And he's saying it's anti-Semitism when you do that. Or like basically criticizing, like whatever's happening with Palestine is anti-Semitic because you're criticizing Jews. So he conflates Israel with Jews and stuff. Anyway, I don't know what it's going to be on. I wish you had more details about the subject matters. I always get nervous when you go in these debates, but you always smash it. So I'm looking forward to it.
Hold on, is it just you, or is there a mediator?
No, the mediator is the kid who sorted it out. He's gonna do it. He's gonna be streaming on his platform. Shmuley was basically requesting that it be streamed on all my platforms. That's why he agreed to it, and I said, "Yeah, cool." Right, guys, I just want to welcome Scott Ritter to the show. Scott, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate you coming on. How